You ready, Jerry?
I'm ready.
Just want to make sure you're ready, brother. Show me the money.
Oh, you didn't know?
Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling.
You put my shoes on, you wouldn't last a mile.
Summertime, wintertime, I'm on the grind. Yeah, I got the ring, I'm the champ, I'm the genie of the lamp.
This is the gift I was given, so I just live by my hustle.
My pocket, it don't make sense, but don't make a profit. So I hustle, ladies and homies. Make money, money.
It's hard out here for a pill. When he tryna get this money for the real.
I want to find the things in my life, so I hustle.
It ain't over for me, no, it ain't over for me.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Okay.
What up? What up? It is Alex, the fantasy football hustler, back at you. We got some week 6 start and sit choices that are going to make or break your week. We're going to be talking about some injuries. We're going to be answering questions. So if it's your first time here and you're watching this on replay, hit that subscribe button, turn on the notification so you can be here every morning when I go live and you can ask questions too. All right. Marco from the future. What up? What up? Ryan, what up, homie? He said, woke up to some offers. Send Chase for Saquon. No. Send Chase for DK plus Breeze. Thoughts? I'm going to say no. Even though it's redraft. John Dum, what up? JPZ, what up, bro? Let's get it. DD Red Solos, let's fucking go. Turn me up. Let's get it. Papa J, what up? Let's get ready to smoke it up. We got, how many games do we got this week? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got 14 games this week. 14 of them things to talk about. We're going to be breaking down every game like we do every Wednesday. Ooh, JP said flavors of the morning. Good question. I got the apple fritters. Let's go. Get ready to smoke a bowl of this right now. And Marco said maybe it's just on my end, but your audio sounds kind of static. Anybody else dealing with that? Maybe it's just on my end, but your audio sounds kind of static. Anybody else dealing with that? I just turned it up on YouTube and it didn't seem like there was static. Anybody else? Can you confirm we got any staticky issues going on? Harpreet. What up? What up? The dough, what up? He said, I fucking made it. Let's go. DD Red Solo, Drake London, and a Waddle for JPZ said slightly staticky. I don't know if it's staticky, sometimes usually just the cord. Let me know if that changed anything. DD Red Solo, Drake London, and Waddle for Devontae Adams and Worthy. I mean, you're trading two similarly valued players for two similarly valued players. I'm just going to say no. Juju or Mooney rest of season. Man, I'd be getting both on my team somehow. But Mooney. Crispy, I get so tired of moving players in and out of the IR. They can't just wait until they're completely clear. Well, see, the thing is, it all depends on how the teams list them and see, like, there's no movement on Monday or Tuesday from like players that are out. That's why you can still put them like on the out list. On Wednesdays when everything changes, because that's when practice starts. Another loss for both of my best ball fantasy teams. Oh man, Justin said last place in both leagues. Well, now you know next year. You just got to get on earlier, bro. That's what it comes down to. You got to get on a little earlier. Evan, what up? Would you trade Najee and Awan Dale for Scary Terry? I got Jaden, and the stack would be nice. I potentially would. It depends on how. I'm assuming Wandale was like a free agent guy. I guess it depends on how much Najee is a part of your like potential starters. Oh yeah, Papa J, let them know. Smash that like button. Let's get it. Let's get the likes as high as we can. Let's see how many we at right now. Let's see how we could change this. Yeah, we need more. We need more. We need more. And Evan said I got Brees, Pollard, Madison, and Chubb at RB. I mean, the fact that you have to mention Madison, like makes me feel that you're hurting a little bit at RB because Madison, I know that he might, be playing if Zamir White is, out or whatever again, but it was ugly. It was ugly for Zamir. Yeah. I mean, I probably would. The thing is like, is Scary Terry that much an upgrade over those two? Like, I don't know. Bad Sport, what up, bro? He said I got a much needed dub. Let's get it. Harpreet said Murray or Dak this week and Hunter ETN. I'm leaning Dak right now. And we need more news on ETN. You said Hunt or ETN rest of the season. ETN, like I'm not Hunt's a waiver wire guy that we picked up 2 weeks ago. Like, give me more context. Like, are you literally gonna drop Hunt for ETN? I mean, are you literally gonna drop ETN for Hunt, or are you gonna like trade one for the other or something? Make sure when you ask me rest of season questions, everybody, give me the context on why. Give me the context on the why part. Justin said I was drafted. Didn't know it was a 2 QB league. And then pretty much a league with IDP players. Okay. Well, get in earlier next time. Same statement applies. And Rush Lord, what up? Rush. DD Red solo. Trade Henry and Brian Thomas for JJ and Brees Hall. No. It's too even, bro. I'm probably never going to recommend that anybody do a trade like this, just so you know, because you know what you're doing? You're winning on a position, you're losing on a position, and that's kind of it. So it's like you win one, you lose one. It's like you're literally in the same spot, just with different players. Ryan, sorry for missed your answer. This I had to leave again. Would you? No, I said I would hold. I said I would just hold on that. Stranger in the house, what up, bro? Evan said I got DK, Devontae, JMO, Wandale Wicks. Yep. If I package Scary Terry, I'm hoping I can package. I wouldn't. I don't know. Like, I mean, it's like, but why are you trying to trade? Are you trying to trade just to trade? Because like now, it's like you want to make this trade just so you can make this other trade. So in the hopes that like everything could like turn out properly. I was trying to say I got the audio issue too. Okay. Hold on. Let me see here. Let me unplug the mic and plug it back in. Let's see if that helps me anything. Okay. Let me know if that changed anything. Might be time for a new XLR cable. And Bad Sports Subbox, a jump from 8th place, week 1 to 4th place. There we go. Let's get it. And all right, Crispy said sounds good on my end. Okay, perfect. And KJ, better full PPR play. Mike Evans, Dobbins, Javonta, Zach Moss, based off the matchup. Looking for an excuse to sit Evans versus Lattimore. I mean, that's the excuse. He literally never does good against Lattimore. So yeah, it's tough. But J.K. Dobbins, whack. Probably the worst matchup that anybody can have. Javonte Williams, not that bad. Zach Moss, he's still hurt. Kind of nervous about that. Yeah, like right now, I'd be choosing between Mike Evans and Javonta. And Javonta going up against the Chargers. I'll just say, because it's Wednesday, make sure you come back. I'll say Javonta, because we're all pissed at Mike Williams right now. And Tim, what up with Nico on IR? Did they put Nico on IR, or do you mean just out? Do you think Tank Dell's a better flex option than Darnell Mooney? I don't know. Probably not. Because we're basing everything off of Tank off of last year. Not anything we've seen this year. Okay, perfect. Audio better. Perfect. Sounds good. Stranger said Hushy sound richer and the popping is gone. Perfect. Perfect. Leon, what up, bro? Goddard or Kraft dinner? I'm leaning as of right now, Goddard, but things may change though. If AJ Brown, if Devonta Smith come back, probably off that hype train, the Goddard train. Hey, Sean in the house. Salute. Hey, man, Sean, I I clicked on one of your videos, the most recent video, that the one with the super soaker. Man, you guys are getting wild over there. I like it. I didn't see how long ago that it was, but and Frank said Lazard. And what up, Frank? Lazard, Rashad White, Chase Brown in my flex. I'm leaning Chase as of right now. We got to get more news on what's his name on Moss. Yeah. He said, "Oh yeah, the pool party. Man, that looks super lit." Super lit. Yeah, on Twitch, Justin Fields or Baker Mayfield. Feeling like I'm leaning Baker as of now. Steelers do got the Raiders though, and man, the Raiders. Woo. It's like a tale of two teams right there. And I'm curious how long of a leash they give Antonio. How long of a leash they give AP Antonio Pierce. Oh shit! Son said having a freakoween on the 25th if you're in LA. Well, I'm in Vegas, so if you ever do anything out in Vegas, let me know. But if there's ever anything like, I don't know, like I'll make little trips to LA here and there, especially if there's some like insane party or something that I can get some content at. Might be willing to make a little trip. But yeah, that party looked hella lit. And Jake the Moose. Say morning, brother. He said new to your channel. Just wanted to say love your content and appreciate your view on the fantasy football world. Hey, appreciate you, bro. Because there was some asshole who today who kind of pissed me off this morning. So it's refreshing to hear some good news. I appreciate you, bro. And he said, because you're doing it blazed. Yes, sir. OG. Oh, SD Bolts fan, bro. Have you heard me talk about the Chargers? I used to live in San Diego, and like I despise the Chargers so much now because of the way that they went out. The way the owner talks shit to the whole city. Like, if you guys don't vote to get the stadium here with all your taxes, we're leaving San Diego. Everybody started hating the Chargers in San Diego after that. Oh man. But yeah, appreciate you, bro. And Frank, what up? Olave, DJ Moore, London, pick 2. DJ Moore, because it got the Jags. And I'm going to say London as of now, but I bet I will be going back and forth on London and Olave based on London's injury and kind of the status that we hear about him. What did Restaurant say? He says, sorry, I became a Swiftie and not the $5 at night one. You're a savage. Hey, bad sport. Showing some love. Appreciate you, bro. I'm going to get you added to the bottom here. So I jumped from 8th place, week 1 to 4th place, week 5. I've been winning ever since I started going wide receiver heavy. Nico, Mooney, St. Brown, Shakir, Deontay, and Brian Thomas Jr. Let's fucking go. That's a really good it's a really good wide receiver core right there. All right. And I'm going to update the bottom here. Jake the Moose said, all good, fam. Fuck the Spanos. Right. Right. I like the players, but like, as far as like cheering for the Chargers and shit anymore. Hey, what up, Corey? What's going down, bro? Yeah, I'm all fantasy football. No biasness over here. I feel like it's better. All right. There we go. Let me update the bottom of the footer here. Get our homie Bad Sport on display at the bottom. Much appreciated. As you guys know, I do not have any corporate sponsorship or anything like that. So literally when you guys hit the super chat button and things like that, I mean, shit, you are supporting the show. You are supporting the show in a really big way. It is much appreciated. Let me get this footer here for the crew. There we go. You the man. And DD Red solo, Brian Thomas Jr. and Chase for Tyreek. And Chase Brown for Tyreek. Chase Brown's riding my bench. Well, don't give him away for nothing because he's riding your bench. And I mean, I like this, you know, if like Tua was already back, but it's like, man, we still got like 2 weeks without Tua, and Brian Thomas Jr. has been doing so good. Chase has been doing real good. Feel like I want to rework this somehow, but at the end of the day, you're still getting Tyreek for, you know, some guys that you didn't draft time. What up, Corey? If I didn't shout you out, what up, bro? And Abraham, morning, bro. I have Jordan Love starting, but I dropped Carr for Dalton. Yeah, if I know I didn't mention it, but Carr, they said, is more than likely missing these next 2 weeks. Just a heads up, guys. Rogers available too, 12 man, so slim pickings. And he said, audio sounds good. Okay, perfect. I guess what sucks is Dalton's on bye this week, right? So you really can't play him. Yeah, I mean, if Rogers one of the only guys you can get, I mean, yeah, like what? I mean, you just want to get an extra QB, right? Like, I don't know if anyone's going to be rushing to pick up Rogers, but I mean, I feel like when we get some heavier bye weeks, they will. Corey said, drop Wicks for Tracy or Slayton. Tracy, what do you need more though? If you need, do you need a wide receiver more than you need a running back? Frank said traded Walker for Chase. I got Stevenson, Brees, Mason. I like it. I mean, you know, on paper, he's kind of like your best running back. I mean, you still got Mason and Kyren and Brees and Stevenson. So, yeah, that's not that bad. And, well, I mean, it's not really bad at all. And then, yeah, to get Chase, awesome. Abraham's actually some static, not crazy, though. Is it still going? Is it still going? And what up, Big Fudge? What's going on, bro? And he said, just watch your IDP video. Now I'm going to have to revamp the squad. Great video. Appreciate you. And just remember one thing that I always want to like tell people with the IDP stuff. Not all IDP leagues are created equally, you know, in the sense that like if you only start a couple IDP players, you know, that's like a lot. That's like a lot different from like, you know, if you start like 10 IDP players, for example. You know, so this is just a disclaimer to everybody out there is that, you know, there may be some guys where I'm like, this guy is 0% rostered, you know, and like I really like him. You might not have to go pick up guys like that necessarily if you already have guys who are a little bit of hitters, you know. And man, and I got so annoyed this morning because man, this IDP guy who was like talking shit about my video like literally made me want to start hating IDP people. And I love IDP people. This guy's like, bro, what type of league do you play in? These 3 guys out of like the 20, 30 guys that you fucking mentioned are not available in my league. Like, why would you even mention them? Man, I got so fucking annoyed because he brought up Jerome Baker. And I was like, dude, I literally said on Jerome Baker, he might not be available, but he was injured for 2 weeks. So yeah, he's like very, very available in redraft leagues. And man, and this guy, he's annoyed the fuck out of me. Why do people got to be such trolls on the internet? Oh shit. Nico Collins just officially got added to IR. And maybe that happened earlier because someone asked about it. But dude, Nico officially on IR. That sucks. That sucks. And nice 10-man IDP. Okay, like you start 10 IDP players, or you like you start 10 IDP players, or it's a 10-team league that you have IDP. And what up, Flo? So walked around my apartment hallways around incense whispering Nico's name. It didn't work. Man, sucks because Nico is out to such a tear. Such a fucking tear. And Corey said Jake Hayner and Brissett worth rostering in Superflex. Not really. Not really. I mean, it's crazy because, like, I mean, even last week, I said, who was that who you said last week, Corey? You said somebody specifically, and you were like, would you start this skill position over Brissett or Huntley? And I was like, you know what? I normally wouldn't, but with these guys going up against each other, I bet neither one of them throw a touchdown. So I would start the skill guy over that. I'm sure you remember who that was. Who was it? And was I right about that? Because neither one of them threw a touchdown. I don't really know what points it got, but I know it wasn't good. And Andre said my ass off. Dudes think that the content revolves around their leagues. Yeah, and seeing like I even give like disclaimers. Like that's like it sucks if people don't listen to the first like 30 or 60 seconds when I say that. Like I'm giving people who should be available in more shallow leagues, and I'll give up some people who should be available even if you play in super deep leagues. Like, that's what I don't get. Then sees like one or two people was like, bro, these guys have been rostered since like week 1. And I was like, well, it's probably because of me that they were rostered by week 1, because I was telling people about those guys week 1. And D-Wave, good morning. Said, love the content. Appreciate you, bro. Being offered Brian Thomas, Brian Robinson, and Pat Fryermuth for Tony Pollard and Travis Kelce. You know what I got to say about Tony?
Man, fuck Tony.
I don't want to do it because Travis Kelce is actually finally like coming back at it. Like we're finally getting a version of Travis Kelce that we drafted. So I don't want to give him up now that we're finally getting him. And Corey, does Schultz get a boost with Collins out or mostly Diggs and Dell? I'm a little bit nervous about Dell. Like that's the thing. Like remember, like it's like there's Nico. Did Nico miss a game or two last week? I swear he did. And that's when Dell kind of like came on like even more. I mean, there's other guys like Xavier Hutchinson. Like he's someone who's like going to be coming out of nowhere for like super deep leagues. Does Schultz get a boost? Man, like Schultz, like I honestly feel like yes, but it's like this much of a boost. He goes from being a 0 to me to being like on a scale of 5. Let's just give it a scale of 1 to 5. He goes from being a 0 or like a 0.5 to like a 1 or a 1.5. You know, so I'm still not super excited about him. It's going to be a case by case basis with the matchups. But even when Nico went out, like, I mean, they didn't really like, you know, they didn't start feeding him or anything. Okay, nice. 10 IDP players. It's a 10 and 10 league. Okay, perfect. Nice. Yeah, so there's definitely going to be some heat on that one for you if you're starting 10 players. That's for sure. And John said, picked up Cousins off the waiver wire. Should I start him over Richardson and Geno? I would definitely start him over Richardson. Geno's got a tough matchup this week versus the Niners, but I feel like he always does somewhat good against them. But I think I would start Cousins still versus the Panthers. I mean, they make QB1s more often than not. What up, Derek? He said, salute Huss. Wow, Nico on IR. Yeah, that shit sucks. That shit sucks. And Rush Lord said on the Sesame Street this morning, the CBS podcast, they were shocked that Juju was not the number 1 waiver wire pickup. They just think he's so great. I mean, what's crazy about that? Like, I'm not saying that like certain people can't think that Nico's great, but it's just like, you know, he's been so bad for like so many years. It's like, how far are these guys removed from reality? And like, that's why, man, like, that's why people come over here to get the news versus like going to like the corporate peeps who, you know, they have producers in their ear telling them shit that like those producers don't even know what the fuck's going on. Bad sport. You the man. I only super chat where I chill. You the man. I watch other channels, but I only chill where the smoking is allowed. Let's go. Fire in the hole. Let's get it.
All right. Fire them up.
Let me hit that ball.
Let's go. You the man. All right. Let's see. Where did I leave off at? Right there. Frank said, I lost Tua, picked up Fields and Carr. Should have picked up Danny Dimes. Or should I pick up Danny Dimes? Well, Carr's going to be out for a couple weeks. Got the news that they said he's more than because they have 2 games in a week and a half. They got the Sunday game and then they got the Thursday game. So they said more than likely that he's not playing these 2 weeks. So I'd pick up Dalton. He's got a good matchup this week against the Falcons. Danny Pesos, not such a great matchup against the Bengals, but not horrible. And hey, Rush Lord with the super chat. Let's get it. And of course, I started Strange over Huntley and Brissett. He outscored both of them. There you go. I won my matchup, and you're the fucking man, like always. Let's go. I bet there would not be too many people in the world who would say start Strange over Huntley and Brissett in a super flex spot. So that's awesome that it worked out. Always love it when things like that work out. And Sean said I got Bigsby for 52. Found out that at least one other person bid 14. Okay, so you may have bid too much on Bigsby, but either way, you got him. Frank said McBride or Kraft this week. It's got to be McBride versus the Cardinals. I mean, McBride versus the Packers. Packers and Cardinals play each other. John, what up, bro? Olave, Dubs, or Coleman? Olave. I don't like the other two. And Papa J, Huts or Bobby Trees? You know what? That's a good question. Let me go check out snap percentages because I'm leaning Hutchinson. But I want to see if, like, diving a little deeper. Yeah, I want Hutchinson. Yeah. Hutchinson even got more snaps than Tank Dell. And it was strictly because Nico went out. Because before this week, Hutchinson's only been getting 15 to 20% of the snaps. Nico goes out. Xavier Hutchinson's the guy. Like the guy to look out for. Yes, like what Corey said. Because it's still going to be Stephon Diggs is going to be number one. Tank Dell, in most people's eyes, is probably still going to be number two. But I think that Hutchinson has a real good shot to outproduce Dell. Damn it, me said the audio is bugging. All right. I'm going to have to get a new XLR cable. That's probably what it is. Sean said, now I'm trying to trade for Mason, that Robinson, Aaron Jones, Pittman, Bigsby, some random guys like setting the Dunze. My undroppable. Lamar, Neighbors, Chase, can you suggest a trade I should make? Well, is there a specific reason that you're trying to trade for Mason? Is it because you have CMC? And then no good now? It's even worse? Or is it? Let me see. Even worse now? Trying to turn on YouTube here and see how it sounds. No good now? It's even worse? Oh, yeah, I hear. All right. What the fuck is going on, man? All right. All right. I just unplugged it, plugged it back in. Yeah, I got some other cables, but sounds like a lag issue. It's definitely not a lag issue. Because I have my shit. It's not even on Wi-Fi. It's like literally plugged in now. All right, sounds better at the moment. Okay. Yeah, I got a new cable. I'm just gonna have to hook up the new cable. So Sean's again. So why are you trying to make that trade? Is it just you want? Is it just that you want Mason? What does that person need who has Mason? What up, Watt? He said, should I drop Hunt for Chubbs? No. I'd try to pick him up. And Corey said, so you're not really feeling Juju as a waiver pickup. I didn't say that. I know that Juju sucks. Juju just kind of sucks. Like, we're going to have drops. We're going to have bullshit. But should you pick him up on waivers? Like, yeah, probably. But it all depends on who you have. because there's a lot of people who are going to say that he's just going to be this number one for Patrick Mahomes or whatever. And he may lead the wide receivers in targets, but he's not going to be leading Travis Kelce in targets. So peace out, Derek. We'll catch you later. Cameron, am I misreading the value of the trade? They want Josh Allen, Kittle, and Deontay Johnson for Metcalf, Adams, and Zach Moss. I have Jaden Daniels, Tucker Kraft to swap out. Yes, you are misreading the value of the trade. I think that that's not a good trade for you, and I wouldn't make it. Because it's not about who you have to like replace. It's like you giving up all these good players, and then you're replacing them with like, just, I'm not saying Jaden Daniels is a bum, but like, come on, Josh Allen was drafted like, the highest QB, and even though Jaden Daniels is outperforming him, it's like you're giving up Josh Allen for nothing, so that's why I don't like it. Quincy, Superflex League, my QB is Mahomes, Lamar, Fields, Herbert. Do I trade Mahomes and Debo for Justin Jefferson? I mean, I'd be nervous about Fields. I don't think he's going to be the starter like all year, but you would still have Lamar and Herbert's already gone on a bye. I mean, I probably would to get Justin Jefferson. Yeah, I mean, it's a super flex league. Like, that's the tough part. And like in a lot of super flex leagues, Mahomes might have been drafted earlier than Justin Jefferson. So, I mean, that's what's kind of tough. Sounds like you're doing a bong hit again. Any better, though? Any better? Just confirm. I know some people said it's a little better. Confirm again that it's better. And Seawolves, Aubrey or Koo? Whichever one. Chewy said, yeah, it's better. Thank you, sir. And I'm making it all the way down to all the questions, Chewy. Still a couple questions on YouTube. I don't know. Like, whoever. Flip a coin. Like, Juju's available in a few of my leagues. I have to drop someone like Tolbert or Shakir. Thoughts? I might drop Tolbert for him. I mean, it'd be a little bit of a decision, but I feel like I would. Also, another league, I have 3 QBs. I could drop Goff for him. Love Burrow and Goff. I kind of just want to hold. Like, you're gonna whoever you drop is gonna be the top. Damn, he said, and there it goes again. Let me see if this changes anything. Let me know if that fixed anything. Yeah, I don't know if I want to back to okay, it switches often. Okay. Man, I guess one thing that sucks is I have 2 cables and I'm not sure which cable might be the one that is getting fucked up. So I kind of have to replace both, but if I replace both, then I got to move a bunch of shit out of the way. Of course, I got to drop one. Should I drop Brissett or Hayner? Both. I don't think anyone's going to pick up either one of them. And RYRY, what up? On Twitch. Let me know if you're still here because this was like from 3 or 4 minutes ago. Should I trade ETN for DJ Moore? I think I would. What up, Corbin? Marco, don't use your own cable. Also, I traded Walker for Chase. I kept Charbonnet and I have Chubb on the IR. Nice. Okay, he needs wide receivers. Well, just trade a 1-for-1. Give damn it. Let me see. So if he needs a wide receiver, I don't know. Maybe try to trade him Sutton and Adunze to start. Depends on how bad he needs a wide receiver, I guess. And Terrell, Juju or Leggett better bench stash. Juju right now. A tag. Should I drop Juju for Ingram? I know you're not a doctor, but I think he's going to play. I think he's getting closer. But yeah, kind of, it's kind of lame. I think he's getting closer, though. Corey, pick up Juju or Lazard. Probably Juju. It's close. Thanks, Corey, for reminding everyone to hit that like button. Let's see how many we have compared to before. We got about 4 times as much as we had before, but we still got double the people compared to the likes in here. So let's hit that like button. And sound like a laggy mic, not the equipment problem. Well, it could be, but I think it's a cable. I think it's a cable issue. This one right here. Almost positive. So yeah, I always have like 2 or 4 just like ready if I need to like switch them out, because I wish I could afford the most expensive like cables. Yeah, I said definitely the cable. Yeah, it for sure is. Yeah, because that's why it like fixes a little bit when I take it out and put it back in. Pause. So yeah, and dang it, I mean, I gotta do the start and sit video. I almost wonder, should I just do all this shit now? Let me see. Not really sure. Yeah, I could just describe it. Well, that helps. That helps because I know what it more than likely is. And yeah, cable. So yeah, I appreciate it because I can't hear myself, and there's no like producer or anything who's like listening to the show to hear what it sounds like either. So you guys are the producers of the show half the time. Could have been the internet company quick fix that could cause the lag. I mean, it could be, but like I don't even have Wi-Fi like set up now. I have it like straight, like, you know, hardwired into my computer now. And ever since that, I really haven't had internet issues on the computer. Frizzio, what up? What up? Andre, would you trade Pickens and Wicks for Marv Huss? Fuck yeah. Like you're getting Marv, right? Hell yeah, dude. For sure. Man. I got hardwired's always best if possible, for sure. Man, this guy that I knew in high school, name's Matt Bush. He was in 2004. He was the number 1 pick in he was the number 1 pick in the MLB draft. And this dude, like, man, it's like a whole crazy story on why the Padres drafted him instead of like Justin Verlander. But that's what's super crazy. It was like he got picked over Justin Verlander by the Padres, and it was all about money. And like he got in trouble like right away, never fucking played like for the Padres or anything. And drinking was always his problem. And then he ends up like going to prison and like shit for like vehicular manslaughter. And he ends up like it ends up being like a fucking a Josh Hamilton like type story, because he ends up getting out of prison after like 4 years. And like he was working at like a Golden Corral. So crazy. And like the story goes that he was working at a Golden Corral, and one of the Saints, or not one of the Saints, so never mind. He just mic popped. Oh fuck, man, so fucking annoying. And so the story goes that this Texas scout went to like Golden Corral and like, you know, saw him pitch, or like had him pitch and all this, and then they sign him to the Texas Rangers. He ends up being like the closer for Texas for like a little bit, ends up being a part of their World Series championship. And man, this idiot just got in trouble again, dude. He got in trouble again, man. And it's like, dude, come on, man. Like now we're like 30. He's like a month younger than me. I'm 38. And now it's drinking and driving again. And then he evaded police and then ran a red light and then caused a fucking accident. Like, man, I swear. Ooh, it's rough, man. So if you guys know Matt Bush, this guy's in trouble again. Never playing baseball again, that's for sure. But he got his World Series championship. So Yeah, he got lucky the way that certain things like worked out. But man, what a waste of talent. What a waste of a fucking career. And the Padres, man, just shows how bad they fucking draft. Okay. Not that you're in internet. Oh, saying they were working on something. Oh, could be. Said you get the robot sounding slow voice. Okay. Oh man, this shit's annoying. This shit is really annoying. I hate when there's audio problems. King D in the house. What up, bro? Oh, woo. All right. Well, because of these audio issues, I'm gonna have to just hurry up and get to the starts and sits. Smoke another bowl and we'll get down to it. Woo. All right. All right. Let's go. I got a whole bunch of sound drops. Only like 4 pops in the last few minutes. Okay. Thanks for being patient, guys. Let me know if it if it really gets bad, like let me know. I want to try to bang out these starts and sits. So I think he's probably only going to accept a bigger name, maybe Aaron Jones, Brian Robinson, maybe Pittman. Well, you said that he needed a wide receiver. So if he needs a wide receiver, he's probably going to be going. Yeah, I mean, Pittman might be the only way. But like, would I want to trade Mason for Pittman? Like maybe. Yeah, like that's I mean, if he needs a wide receiver, that might be the only way. And Jake the Moose said, sending some support. There we go. True OG 619er. Let's get it. So you're from San Diego? Nice. I went to like that story about Matt Bush. Like I went to high school with Matt Bush and Arian Foster. Mission Bay. We were lit in 2004. Future MLB player, future NFL player, both graduating from the same high school, same year. Woo. Frank said Diggs just shot to the moon. Yes, sir. I was always high on Diggs. Even thought at one point I was even drafting Diggs over Nico. I would kind of go back and forth on that depending on when we were drafting. And again, appreciate you again, Jake. You the man. Much appreciated. And SJ said, so I was offered to trade Brees and Ayuk for Saquon, Jerry, Judy. Who wins this trade? I feel like both people lose this trade. Because and whoever's trading Saquon away is the big loser. So if you were trading away Saquon away, I think you're the bigger loser of the two in that trade. Yeah, because like I don't want to trade Brees and Ayuk for Saquon necessarily. Because like especially now that they just got rid of the coach, I really feel like better days are ahead for Brees. Rush towards some of these players. The stress is tough playing in front of thousands every day, or if in Florida in front of 10. Yeah, for sure. And like, you know, that's why you should just be smoking weed, especially now that you can. It was for him. I turned into the bottle. Like when we were in high school, like, yeah, he was already a fucking alcoholic, but he would smoke weed. So like a lot of times he wouldn't do the most dumb shit. But yeah, man, alcohol is just the downfall of like so many people. Brazil, how would you do Ferg and Murray for AJ Brown? Depends on who else you have at tight end, but probably. I'm assuming single QB league, right? Andre has the Cardinals defense has, so we're starting all the receivers against him. I would say Cardinals seem like they're about middle of the road, and now that I'm looking, they're giving up. They're like, yeah, bottom half. I would say Reed would be the guy that I'm starting for sure, but he actually has the toughest matchup out of everybody. I forget what their number one cornerback, what his name is, but I know he's pretty solid in the grand scheme of things. Not upper echelon or elite yet, but he's on his way up. Yeah, I feel like I would only start Reed against the Cardinals. And King D, I remember hearing about Matt Bush. He was supposed to be a stud number one pick in the MLB. Yeah, in 2004. So, I mean, this is legit 20 years ago that this happened. And I went to high school with him. And I knew that even at the time, Padres fucked up big. I still have his autographed ball, like somewhere here, you know, and it'll be on the wall of shame, you know. But yeah, Padres fucked up. He was going to get drafted somewhere, but the worst thing for him was getting drafted to San Diego and staying somewhat close because, like, his brother's a real fucking scumbag and didn't, like, it's weird that, like, someone who's so talented, like, we're talking, like, I played baseball with a lot of guys that ended up turning into professionals. None of them were as talented as this motherfucker. Like, we're talking about him being the number one prospect in high school as a junior. Like, him as a fucking sophomore, already throwing over 90 miles an hour, you know, and he had no family and no friends around him that tried to keep him in check. So fucking stupid, man. So fucking stupid. At least he was smart and bought his mom a house with, like, the money that he had, because it's not like he came from money or anything. So at least he did that. I know he bought his dad a car and he bought his mom a house. And lucky he did that, because everything besides that, his money was all fucking wasted, I'm sure. Wasted in lawyer fees. Frizzle, I dropped Wicks for Hutchinson. Nice. Got to take chances. Down bad at this point. That's a good move. It's a really good move. Frank said, "That's any of these QB stars make a difference for the Pats receivers like Henry, or is he just a bum?" He's just a bum, man.
He's a bum. He was a bum then, and he's a bum now.
Yeah. Drake May is going to be starting, though. Hutch projections went from 2 to 9 after the Nico news, for sure, because he played he played over 70% of the snaps last game. I wonder if, you know, like, if Nico wasn't playing, because Nico played like 15 to 20% of the snaps. I'm not sure where it was, but somewhere like that. And we're talking about, like, them just being, like, drastically, like, switched, because before, in the first 4 games or whatever, Hutchinson's only getting like 15 to 20 snaps a game, and then Nico gets hurt, and then he's the one that gets this insane, like, jump in snap percentage. Like, Tank Dell didn't even rise in snap percentage at all. His game stayed consistent with Nico in or out to the amount of snaps that he was running. So I think Hutchinson's a little bit more similar to Nico in the way that they scheme him. Gotta be. That only makes sense. Josh said, from Golden Corral to getting corralled for for at least a year. For sure. For sure. And Ortiz family, what up? Should I trade Alvin and Garrett Wilson for Swift, Flowers, and Rashad White? Probably not. Feel like I want to rework that a little bit. Feels like someone's trying to sell high on all 3 of those guys to you, and you trading some hitters. Stranger, you think Milton effect? Does Hurricane Milton, dude? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It really, like, it depends on where they're playing. You know, like, what teams are playing where. Because I don't even think Jacksonville's not even playing in Jacksonville, right? And I think that might be the heaviest one. Miami doesn't play this week. Tampa's playing in New Orleans. So I don't know. Like, is there even any games that would be affected by this? Because it's mostly just Florida, right? That's being affected by the hurricane. I mean, in Georgia, you know, the Falcons, I mean, well, they're playing in Carolina, so it doesn't even matter, but they're in a dome. Yeah, I don't think, like, that it would be happening. I don't think that anything's going to change because of it. Frank said, "Hush, you got any sports memorabilia just laying around you want to sell?" I'm redecorating my son's room. Hit me up. Not necessarily, but I might be able to point you in the right direction of some things for sure. Brazil, my tight end would end up being Kate Otten and QB Daniel Jones. Yeah, see, that's ugly. It's ugly. And Sal No Sean Moreno went to my high school. Nice. He didn't lose a game for 4 years, dude. I bet he was just shitting all over people. Like, see, like Arian Foster, like even in high school, I know he was good, but like the team wasn't even that good to be like, oh, you have to go to this game. You know, like it wasn't even like that. And for Zor, do I keep I mean, I was just trying to smoke weed when I was a junior and a senior after school, anyways. Not go to some pep rallies and shit. And Frazil said, or do I keep Ferguson and do Murray and Devontae Smith for AJ Brown? I don't know. Yeah, I guess I would just want to get it done a different way. Because Murray's fine. It's really just like, yeah, you give up Ferguson, then you have like, you know, Kate Otten. I mean, that shit's horrible. And then giving up Devonta Smith for AJ Brown. I mean, of course I would much rather have AJ Brown, but I feel like even though you're getting the better player, the other person I think is getting the better deal. And Andre says start 3 out of these redraft full PPR: Huss, Pickens, Dell, Wicks, Metcalf, McLaurin. Metcalf, McLaurin, and probably Pickens going up against the Raiders. What up, Zach? With Nico down, you think Dalton Schultz gets more of a similar role to last year? Someone asked this a little bit earlier, and I said no. Will he get an uptick? Yes, but I still don't like him that much. This week might not be the worst week to play him, though, because the Patriots have been so at guarding the tight end. Firefighter, what up? Should I trade Neighbors for Jaden Daniels straight up, even if I have Lamar? Then no. Don't do it. Stranger said Tampa, the city is going to get clobbered. Oh, like that's where are you saying like the Bucks are going to get clobbered, or are you saying like you said Tampa Bay, the city? So is that where like the hurricane is like mainly hitting? Because I've heard about it, but me being on the West Coast, it's like, you know, I only hear about it like so much. Doesn't affect me, you know. That's what's tough when it doesn't affect you. It's like you only hear about stuff so much. If I was in Florida, I'm sure it would be like all over my TikTok and YouTube and Facebook feed. Bobby King said, Nico, shit sucks, dude. Shit sucks. It does. IR officially. Look, maybe an hour ago, he went on IR. Papa J, you like Polk over Leggett with Drake May taking the reins, or more of a coin flip? Well, Leggett being hurt makes me cause to pause on him anyways. So I think I would be leaning Polk a little bit more. Chris, we said put Mahomes on the block. Got sent an offer of Danny Dumbass in a second. The disrespect is real. Damn it. What are they thinking? Corbin said, did Devontae Adams go to the Jets yet or what? No. And dude, it'd be so stupid if he went to the Jets, like thinking about it, because like, is there even a guarantee that Aaron Rodgers is there? Like next year, the year after, anything like that would be like literally the same shit that he was trying to get out of in Green Bay. Big Bando, what up, homie? And JMW traded Nico and ETN for Chase and Mason 3 weeks ago. Looks like I won that trade. Yeah, because it really, like, I say this like so many times. It's like if you make a trade like that, usually the person who wins the trade is the person whose players didn't get hurt when they brought him back. And Nico going on IR, yeah, pretty much guarantees that you won that trade now. And Armed Apex, how you feel about Downs or Alec Pierce versus the Titans? It's got to be Joe Flacco, or I don't like it at all. Got to be Joe Flacco. Big Bando, Najee or Bigsby this week? I'm going to lean Najee right now. But as we hear more about ETN, my answer could change. So make sure you keep coming back. Chewy said, I tried to go Irwin tonight the other day. My fiance picked up something for the floral and they had them roads blocked. Oh, damn. So even in Tennessee, shit. So yeah, the hurricane's no joke. Yeah, and I know there's a lot of people who lost power and lost a whole bunch of shit down there. Heard Florida takes hurricanes like a champ. It's fucked, dude. It's so fucked, man. Like I feel bad for people who live in Florida because it's like, dude, we hear about this like a couple times a year, and like, fuck, man, that's scary, dude. It is scary. And Seawolf said Thomas, Mooney, Metcalf going forward. Well, Metcalf for sure, but like, what do you mean? Am I just picking one out of all these three, or what's going on? Shane said the town Milton is hitting mid Florida, but it covers half the state. Okay, damn. Florida's a big state too. Fuck. For some wide receivers are Olave, Smith, Leggett, Zay, Juju, Hutch. I'm 1 and 4. I mean, the wide receivers don't really scream. I'm sure that's the weakest position on your team. What up, Pam? What's going on? Corbin said, true, the Jets have had QB problems since drafting Sanchez. Yeah, and like even then, on paper, like Sanchez's teams did the best. Like out of any other Jets QB since fucking what's his name? I don't know why I can't even think of his fucking name right now. But yeah, like the Jet, like since they won their Super Bowl, man. Like they've had nothing. I mean, maybe you throw Chad Pennington in there as one of the guys who was like okay for a few years, but yeah, it's all bad. And like Rodgers is to blame for this, but Saleh is really to blame. Like it really is. Like they fucked up letting Aaron Rodgers go on his retreats and shit during the fucking there you go, Bando Joe Namath, exactly. In when they won their Super Bowl in 1969.
69, dudes.
But yeah, just issues. Stranger said, "Fuck, 15 feet of storm surge. Shit, half of Florida is going underwater. Half of Central Florida. Fuck." Jaws said Marpu came straight off of IR to call him plays. He said with him playing some linebacker snaps with a safety designation and Peppers arrest, Duggar injury, goody cheat code ad for sure, dude. Yeah, definitely. It did pretty good last week with Duggar being out, and yeah, like Peppers, like I kind of assume that he's like done for the foreseeable future in New England. I may be wrong, but he was caught like red-handed with like a lot of things. So like, it's not like this is like, okay, like with the domestic violence, the reason why they wait now is because of like the guys who have had domestic violence, like there's been a couple ladies who called the police saying domestic violence on like the guys, the players. No, it wasn't domestic. It was a lot worse than domestic. I mean, not a lot worse than domestic, but it was like, I swear, didn't he have drugs and guns? And like, there's a whole bunch of shit like going on with them. So it's like what I'm saying, like the domestic violence stuff, like until a lot of facts like come out about it, or if there's video evidence or anything like that, the NFL now takes a stance of we wait to see what happens. And it's because of the people that got released and let go and pretty much their careers ruined by something that they didn't even do. But when you get caught red-handed with a bunch of shit like Peppers did, they can make a move like very fast, because he got caught red-handed with a bunch of stuff. TJ, you still passing on Tyrone Tracy? It depends on who you have, because I'm assuming that Singletary is not going to be out, for like an extended period of time. So I would just assume that they're probably going to be like a little bit of a split more often than not. Banda, what about Dowdle or Bigsby? Dowdle's got a really tough matchup this week. So if I was picking one of the two, I'd be playing Bigsby. Frank said Hurricane Milton will damage from Tampa to Miami. Fuck. I mean, that's like the whole state, right? I guess Jacksonville's the tip top of like Florida, but god damn. So at this moment has gained strength and it will hit the land category 180 mile an hour winds, worse than expected. Fuck. Like I felt 30, 40, 50 mile an hour winds here in Vegas because the wind is like crazy. 180 mile an hour winds. Like that's like people's cars flipping over, people's houses fucking falling apart because of the wind. Like, man, Godspeed to everybody in Florida who has to deal with this right now. Like, fuck. Scary shit, dude. That is scary shit. TJ said Bigsby. I like both of them. I like Bigsby more. "15 feet of storm. The highest point in Tampa is 45 feet. All at sea level. Helping my Mets finish with the Phillies tonight, boys. Is it like, so if the Mets win, they're in. Dude, I haven't even been paying attention to the Padres and Dodgers. I know it was 1-1 when they left LA. Let me go check that right now. Let's see. No game on Monday. Hey, Padres won yesterday. Let's go. All right. They won at home, and let's see. Oh, shit. They made Ohtani lead off now. That's crazy. Get him the most at-bats as possible. Nice. Fernando Tatis hit a jack. And dude, that rookie that they got, Jackson Merrill, man, that kid's a fucking stud, man. That kid is fucking awesome. Padres, dude, I never get my hopes up with them, especially when it comes to the Dodgers. I never will. I never will. And it's crazy that this is not happening in like the conference championships or whatever, because yeah, it's already such a task for them to get over the Dodgers that even if they get over the Dodgers, they still have to play another series. But the Padres are the hottest team in baseball since the All-Star break. Let's see what happens. See what happens. Peppers hits the commissioner exempt list. I think that happened right now, right? I just saw something pop up with his name. Yep, exactly. For sure. Yep, he's on the exempt list. And yeah, it's because he got caught red-handed with so much stuff. Like, let me go see what it actually was. Let me go see. Jabril Peppers arrested. And let's see. Let's see what they actually said here. Yeah, so it was assault and battery charges, right? Yeah, assault and battery charges and drugs, and it was cocaine that they said, and strangulation. Like, dude, like, what the fuck? That assaulted his girlfriend after becoming enraged. Someone called their phone, authorities said Monday. So it was domestic violence. I didn't know that it was his girlfriend. The woman, 34, told police that Peppers had choked her at least 6 times before pushing her down the stairs in her residence. Peppers charged with assault and battery with a dangerous weapon, strangulation, and possession of cocaine. He appeared on Monday. Okay, so that's why we got the details now, because it was Monday morning where he got arraigned. He pled not guilty to all charges. He posted a $2,500 bail. That's it. That's it. His bail was $25,000 for like all that shit. Yeah, so Jabril Peppers, he's pretty much he's done as far as right now goes. So yeah, Mapu. Let's get him. And Brazil sent Olave and Bigsby for Diggs. Diggs on stars responded, please, fantasy guys, let's go. Marco, I like my beer like I like my violence. Domestic. You're fucking savage. Johnny, what up, bro? He said, got to work this morning. We'll be listening, but can't chat. Appreciate you, my dude. Appreciate you, homie. Jay Cass said, what are your thoughts on the 49ers versus Seahawks? I'm thinking about starting Kittle over Kincaid. I mean, the tight ends we like to deploy versus Seattle, that's for sure. And I would play him over Kincaid because Kincaid's got the Jets. The Jets have been holding down the tight ends like crazy. But Kittle, limited practice. We don't know 100% if he's going to play. So just throwing that out there. He said, and Daniels over Purdy. I really don't like starting a lot of guys on Thursday night. And I think I would start Jaden Daniels over Purdy. It's a tough matchup versus the Ravens, but we've kind of, look at what Joe Burrow did. It's not like the Ravens are shutting down everybody everywhere. Juggernaut in the house. What's that? And Big Bando trade Dowdle for Singletary and Downs. Yeah, I don't know. Padres won. Padres need one more tonight as well. They need it big time. They need it big time. We don't want to take it to yeah, and I forgot that the first 2 series are a best of 5. Actually better doing it that way. And let's see who's starting for the Padres today. Do we know? I don't even think we know who the starters are yet. We should. But yeah, we'll see. These damn Padres. Let's go. They need to quit bullshitting. And Dowdle for Singletary and Downs again. I want to keep Dowdle. I don't really want Singletary. And like Downs is good. But I think like the running back's probably going to be a little bit more and Frank said it's crazy making millions, staying in 5-star hotels, traveling, playing a game you love, and not using that money to remove distractions. Crazy. Yeah, I guess one thing that will never change is if you don't have people who like really want you to win, like on your side, like you're probably really gonna lose if you have no self-discipline, because it's too easy to like fuck up and like spend a shitload of money and like become an alcoholic, and that's like so cheap to buy alcohol. But yeah, man, it's super crazy to me because I feel like, I don't know. I mean, everybody would always say I wouldn't do this if I had money, but if the roles were reversed and like I was the number one, prospect and smoking all this weed and shit, I probably would have gotten in trouble for smoking weed and been exiled. But now that you can't get in trouble for it, like, fuck, why would you not be smoking versus drinking? And he's in Texas, though. That's another thing. Stayed in Texas after the World Series. And look at that. Just out there drinking. And Juggernaut said they talked about hurricane strong enough that they may need to make it a category 6 because of this one. No way. No way. Fuck. So bad that they got to like up it to something that we've like almost never seen before. Bando said Mets versus Padres for the World Series bid would be interesting. I got money on the Mets on the next round. I don't bet. I don't bet emotionally, so I wouldn't bet on the Padres. If anything, I'd probably bet against them. So like if they lose, I would feel good about it. And Stranger said Tampa's the Gulf, west side and Miami is Atlantic East. So technically, yes, the whole statewide will be affected, but west side, yeah, it gets a lot worse. Oh shit, they have no surge on the east. It's scary, man. It's fucking scary. And did you hear me, Big Bando, earlier about the Najee? Oh, no. Oh, wait. Najee for Singletary and Downs. No, well, because I don't want Singletary. And the real truth, what up? Josh say, some Florida man will try to surf the surge. See you in Daytona. And Pepper's probably had 25 in his pocket for sure. And Corbin, don't fall for the media BS. Florida has strict building codes, and it's all sand. I have family near Tampa, and they don't sweat it another day. Okay. I know there's some people who they've been saying that. I mean, 180 mile per hour winds, like that's just insane. Yeah, but I mean, of course, the houses better be built, in Florida for it. Like with the hurricanes happening this often. Josh said natural selection will solve the issue. Yeah. KJ, Xavier Hutchinson, a wait and see ad. Nah, get him now. And what up, Josh? He said London, Shakir, Scary Terry for Cup, Hunt, and Pacheco. What's your record? You going to be able to withstand the storm of no Pacheco for a while? Because Hunt's still no Pacheco. I probably would be interested in making a trade like that, but I don't like doing the 3-for-3 trades like this. Like you're winning on players, you're losing on players, And Frisdale being 1-4, the Murray is the Murray offer for AJ Brown emotional or a smart trade? Well, if Murray's a bench player and I can't remember who. Like, give me the people again that you were potentially trading. I mean, it's smart to get AJ Brown, but like, if AJ Brown legit doesn't come back this week, which he should, but I'm just saying, like, there's still a possibility that he doesn't. How much does that hurt you and screw you over? So it is smart, but yeah, throw it in again because I don't remember who the other. It was Murray and someone else. I can't remember who it was. Hey, CB Dizzle, what up, bro? Doing good, doing good. Axe Max, start 3, full PPR. Justin, Saquon, Mixon, Brian Robinson. So as of now, I'll sit Mixon until we know if he's coming back or not. Once we know that he's coming back, you know, I'll answer. I'll answer accordingly then because my answer may change based on if we know he's coming back for sure this week. What up, Drew? Say what up, Huss? He said, I think Tracy Jr. will get another start again. I don't know if he's going to get another start again, but I find it hard to believe that even if he doesn't start, that he's not going to be more involved than he has been. He's looking too good out there. Like, you can't deny when someone is doing that good. Like, you can't like not give them touches. You might get him split work or something, you know, maybe him and Devin Singletary split until he does good for a couple games or something, and then it's like him fully taking over the role. Because Devin Singletary sucks, but he's still a vet. He's still been doing this for a while, so the whole Giants is fucked anyways. It's not, you know, like Tracy and Neighbors are gonna like change this whole thing around, but definitely catches people by surprise. What up, Theo? What's going down, bro? And Axe Max, start 2, full PPR. AJ Brown, Brian Thomas Jr., Tank Dell, Amari, Deontay Johnson. I'm saying Brian Thomas Jr. and Deontay Johnson for now. Things may change when we get more news on AJ Brown. John, Singletary, or Hutch in the flex. I mean, as of right now, Hutchinson. I mean, we don't even know if Singletary is going to play. So, don't take a Wednesday answer as a final answer. Theo said, picked up Dorian Williams, still projected for 0 points. Sleeper not updating him. I mean, he's got like, I mean, I don't know what kind of scoring you play in, but in IDP 1, 2, 3 scoring, that's the scoring that I play in. He literally has no less than 17 points in every single game this year. So it is so dumb that Sleeper is not fixing.
You are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
So dumb that they are not fixing this. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Like, I really don't. Other than like, motherfuckers, hire me so I can fix your issues. Like, dude, I've literally messaged them about that. Like, you need someone to like handle certain things for you guys. You guys are failing with IDP. Failing. Watts, I need a safety this week. What do you think? Bird on the Bears, Jalen Thompson in Arizona. Probably Jalen. He's been on the up and up the last couple weeks. CB Dizzle got Reed, Kraft, Jacobs. Amon Gibbs, too many players from 2 teams. Nah, I mean, you already weathered one of those storms with Amon Ra and Gibbs. They ain't got no buys anymore, so you're good. Shit, Crispy said, when do waivers open for the Vampire? Fuck, right now? I totally forgot. Thanks, Crispy, for letting me know, reminding me. All right. So you better go hurry, Crispy. If you're making pickups or anything, you better go let them know. You better do it right now. Do it right now. All right. There we go. No, Corey, I haven't started yet. I have not started. I got everything loaded up, so it will be very, very soon. Okay. And thanks for the reminder, Crispy. I be slacking. Got so many damn things to do. So much to do, so little time. All right. One of the waivers open. We got 4 leagues to open waivers on. 2. There you go. 3. And here we go. 4. Waivers open for all the non-vamp teams. There we go. You the man, Crispy. And let's see. Frank says, get some IDP in here. Any Winfield or Blankenship news? Not yet. I have them in cross-rotating advice. Just hold. I feel like Winfield, he got a lot closer to coming back last week. They thought that he was going to make his return last week, and then he just didn't. So I feel like this week is going to be the week that he makes it back. And Blankenship, yeah, not really sure, but we'll be monitoring. Frizzo, Murray Smith or Murray Ferguson. Murray's my starter. Oh no, never mind then. I don't recommend that. No. You're doing it the opposite type of way. You need to be picking up Danny Pesos and the other guys like that, and packaging up multiple of those players to move them for one player, not trading away your starters. Because I know that those other guys will start, but it's those guys are the fill-ins, and you're trying to leverage someone else making an emotional trade by trading for a handful of people because their team, needs certain things. Pedro, thoughts on sitting JSN for downs? Only if it is Flacco. Only if it's Flacco. Frank said, also has to have an idea for more analytics, IDP matchups, present tendencies, offenses for. So I really want to do that as well. And I would really love someone to come on the team and help me out with that part of research, because I wish I could research shit like that more. There's just not enough fucking time in the day. That's really what it is. I really want someone to come on so I can I already have ideas of stuff that is not happening anywhere else for fantasy football with IDP involving stats and the way that things are tracked and things like that. But I just don't have enough fucking time in the day to be able to do it. So if anybody is interested, maybe even a couple people who might be interested, there wouldn't be any money in it this year. It's we got to make this proof of concept first. But literally, we would only need this year to make the proof of concept. And if it works, what I'm thinking, and I swear to God it will, because nothing like this exists anywhere, almost doesn't even exist for offense, but it kind of does. I know that this will be good, and I know that people will be interested in this, and I know that we would be able to have some kind of paid content around this, because a shitload of research would have to go into this. So I know that if anybody who wants to get involved with this, I'd probably need multiple people. I don't think it's anything that only a machine that gets all this information automated could make this happen, which I don't even know how to build programs or anything like that, or how we'd pull in all of this shit. So yeah, as I think right now, it's going to be multiple people doing research on certain things, getting certain numbers that I would be then, turning into formulas on this guy's better than this guy because of this. And yeah, I need some help with it, but anybody who's real passionate about IDP, it could be one of the dopest projects that you've ever been a part of, and something I've been wanting to do for at least 2 years, but it's so hard to research because there's so many goddamn numbers that we have to filter through. But yes, and I want that, Frank. I want that. I had the 3rd highest score in the Vampire Week last week. Damn, so only 2 people would have beat you. They got fucking lucky. Whoever the ones who didn't face you, they got hella lucky, Crispy. And Papa J said, went Jalen Jones over Moss. Okay, yeah, Fanga killed me. Yeah, and Hufanga's out for a month. They said he tore a ligament in his wrist, I believe. 49ers are just cursed this year, man. Like, he comes back for one game and then gets hurt in that game and tears a wrist ligament. Man, shit sucks. J. Cass said Javonte Williams or Rico both seem to have tough matchups. Yeah, both have well, and I would say Javonte Williams probably a less tough matchup this week. Like, I think the Lions on paper have been like the worst matchup for running backs, at least like, you know, points wise and shit like that. So I'd say okay, and starting Walker tomorrow, right? Yeah, we're not I'm glad it's not Thursday. We got a lot of work to do before Thursday. And Sean said offer Pittman Jr. and Sutton for Mason. Let's see if he accepts. All right, there we go. And Crimney, what up? PPR, Pollard or Shaheed? I'm leaning Pollard as of today. And for Zill, not sure if this would be a good idea, but you could do an IR vid about the top players who are on IR and should stash. Yeah, maybe. I mean, not really about the, I mean, I guess it's like the waiver wire. I mean, I feel like on the waiver wire video, like that's something that we'd be doing to a certain extent. And Sean said, hey, it looks like your channel can still exist for a while longer. This is what ChatGPT told me for waiver wire advice. It can vary from week to week based on matchups, injuries, and emerging talent. As of this week, you might want to look at players like Tyler Algier if he's available, especially if there's injuries in the backfield or Rashee Rice has been making strides in the receiving game. Yeah, like most of the information on ChatGPT isn't up to date as far as like football stuff, because I've already tried to see if I could, like, you know, how could I use ChatGPT to my advantage somehow with everything that I'm doing? It literally can't be. Not yet. Not yet. That's why you still need guys like me, because AI, you know, that's not up to date for all this yet. And Crimney said, worth picking up a Goomba Wale. Yeah, I'd have to drop Sutton or Eckler. Probably not then. I mean, maybe you would drop Sutton, but yeah. Frank said, I do it personally. IDP matchups. I'll start doing a few and reach out. My opinion, designate one player per position limit to do about 5 or 6 per person. Well, so for what I'm thinking, it is about the matchups and stuff, but it's research that would go into where literally someone will be able to look at a chart and be like, I'm going to play this position on this team against this team, and this is why. And it's like all the research and everything goes into that, to where like it's literally going to be something just to make it a lot easier to make your IDP start and sit decisions. So I like what you're talking about, because it would be all about the matchups, everything I'm talking about. It would just be the research that would be leading to that conclusion of how good or bad matchups are at a position by position basis against whatever team they're going against, and, you know, like that. But I like it though. We're on the same page for sure. We're for sure on the same page. Yeah, Crimney. Yeah, we got the news about an hour ago that Nico is on IR. Sad, man. Sad. John, should I offer Stevenson and JSN for Brees? I probably would. I feel like he's going to emerge after this Robert Saleh firing. Frank said, what do you think about Tampa D now that Carr's out? I mean, we like it a lot more, for sure. We definitely like it more. Is Houston still the best streamer? I think they are. It was, especially with Drake May, first game for Drake May. Like, I feel like Houston is still a really good streaming. Still the best streaming option for teams under 50%. How about that? Because if there's other teams that are available, like someone showed me, like the Broncos were available, and like I'm not scared of the fucking Chargers with all the way that they've been fucking operating, and Herbert probably still being hurt, you know, but like they're, you know, rostered in way more than 50% of leagues. So I wouldn't even think to like tell someone to pick them up. It's really just about, you know, what's available in your league. And the update on Neighbors, nothing yet. Today's the Wednesday practice. We're going to get a bunch today. And dang it, hold on one sec, guys. I gotta get behind my computer real quick. Goddamn monitor keeps flickering and it's annoying the fuck out of me. So I'm trying to look at pages that I have pulled up and it keeps flickering. Frank said I'm kind of a nerd there. I look up snap counts, the opposing teams run pass ratios, and I mean, yeah, see, like those kind of things. I mean, we need all that kind of stuff, right? Hell yeah. Marco said Chat GBT probably more reliable on fantasy football than Keep Trade Cut. Probably. And no update on Neighbors yet. Theo, I wonder if Brooks will practice this week. Really need him back. I feel like he's getting closer, but even when they designate him to return, you still got 3 weeks potentially that he could practice before he actually gets back out there. Frank says start the Broncos defense everywhere. Chargers ain't no threat. Exactly. And Crimney said might ask to get CD for Wandale and Eckler. I mean, that's probably a tall task, but I mean, I would, I'd try. You don't want to offend the person and them just like not want to look at any of your trades either. And SJ. Jaden Daniels, ETN, Bucky Irving for CJ Stroud, Ken Walker, Jaleel McLaughlin. Who wins? Both teams win and lose at the same time. Because it's like, yeah, Jaden Daniels, CJ Stroud, probably Daniels, ETN, Walker by 1 million, and then Jaleel or Bucky. So I guess if we're just like literally doing it like that, like the Jaden Daniels side has 2 players that I would rather get versus the player sending away. What up, Blizzard? Thoughts on if I traded Wilson or Dunze plus ETN plus JMO for Neighbors in Dynasty? Feels like a lot, especially when we're, just a couple months removed from Odunze and Neighbors being like very similarly drafted. I don't know. It's a lot. I mean, are any of those guys losing those guys doesn't change anything about your starters, like to only bring Neighbors back? Johnson, my league only allows 6 wide receivers and 6 running backs. Should I drop Wicks or JSN for Hutch? I drop Wicks in a fucking New York minute. Frank, Ertz or Schultz? Ertz, because the Ravens have been giving up like top end points to tight ends. Okay. Let's go. One sec, guys. I got to update the squares here for these peeps. All right. $10, $24. There we go. All right. Frizzle, Otten, Colby, or Strange for rest of season. So, especially with tight ends, there is no rest of season. It's like, who we getting for this week? And that's it, because you legit might have to change week to week. I mean, Strange if Ingram doesn't play, and if he does, it would be Otten that I'd be leaning towards. Blizzard, my starters right now are Kyren, Brian Robinson, A-Chain, Mixon, Connor, ETN, Garrett Wilson, Metcalf, Smith, Brandon Thomas Jr., Dunze, JMO. So you think that would be solid, or would I hold? I'd hold, and I'd try to make a more calculated trade. Instead of trading 3 for 3, I'd try to figure out, like, what are you actually trying to improve? Think of a position that you're trying to improve. Like, start there. If you just trade 3 for 3, like you're winning and losing at the same time, no matter what. You make a 2-for-2 trade, you're going to win and lose on that trade at the same time because it's like you win on one side, you lose on the other. So it's like you're literally in the exact same spot, but it's like you just swapped your running back problems for your wide receiver problems, you know? Like whatever the case is, it's always kind of like works out like that when you trade that many pieces. John drop Wicks or Dubs for Hutch. Wicks. Crimney had to pick up tight end again with Njoku injury to go Komet or Otten this week. Komet. It's all bad all the way around, though. Okay, let me see. Okay. All right, we're going to get down to biz with these starts and sits. All right. Sorry, man. Should I make that a Dunze ETN JMO trade with that team in Dynasty? Yeah, I know. I said no. No, I wouldn't. That's what, like, that's way too much, man. Oh, and I said because of 3-for-3, right? It's too much, man. Like, it really is. Like, is your team even competing? Like, another thing when you're making dynasty trades, like, or like, you got to be honest with yourself. Are you a legit contender or are you rebuilding? Start there, because there's no in between. You're either a legit contender, like playoff contender, that you might be able to make a push, or your team isn't that good and you need to rebuild. One of the two. Where does your team stand on that? And based on that answer, I'll tell you what I think. But either way, the answer is no to trading a Dunze, ETN, and JMO for neighbors specifically. Theo said if Richardson is back, do I start Geno Smith over him? Yeah. Geno's been the 6th best QB this year. Yeah. I mean, Anthony Richardson's been nothing. So, like, I don't know why people still want to, like, start him in single QB. Like, I really wouldn't. Like, we don't even want to see it first. Like, he's played, what, 5 games in the NFL? 6 games in the NFL? Like, everything that I said about him has been coming true. And that's not good for him. Not good for him. For I remember a couple weeks ago, I told myself I'm done with Ridley. He's gone. And nope, he's still on my bench, that motherfucker. It's actually got a good matchup this week. Really good matchup. And Seawolves, Kraft or Laporta. I'm going Laporta. You know, we're just hoping he gets a little bit healthier, right? What up, Craig? You think Mayfield still going to be a good start against the Saints and Prescott? I do think that Mayfield's going to be a decent start. Yeah. And Corbin said, oh, yeah, Columbus Day. What? Is Columbus Day today? Charlie, what up? Trade Worthy for Dell. I would rather have Dell than Worthy. Yeah. Or no, I would rather have Dell than Worthy. So if you're bringing back Worthy, sure. I don't like doing the wide receiver for wide receiver trades though, unless I'm getting the player that I like a lot more. And I do like Dell a lot more than Worthy. Monday Night Football. Yeah. Woo. All right. Whew. Frank, would you drop Worthy for Juju? No, because he still has some kind of like trade value, right? But is he like last man on your bench? Abraham drop Leggett for downs. I would. Leggett getting hurt again just makes me like super nervous. Dude can't stay healthy. All right, guys, you ready? Whoo, here we go. What up? What up? It is Alex, the fantasy football hustler, and I am back at you for some week 6 starts and sits. We're breaking down every game, every position, every fantasy relevant player. So make sure you hit the like, make sure you subscribe, leave a comment if you have any start and sit questions, because I'm kind of giving you blanket statements here of just who I would start and sit in a nutshell. So leave your specific questions in the chat. And if there is a specific matchup that you are looking for, look at the timestamps below and you can jump to any matchup that you like. Starting off with Thursday night football. Oh, yeah, we got the 49ers going up against the Seahawks, and oh man, it is going to be a division. Hopefully it's a divisional game like we saw last week where there's a lot of high-powered scoring going down. Brock Purdy, single QB, maybe it's debatable. Superflex, you're starting them for sure. And even in a single QB, I'm leaning on starting him. The Seahawks have been pretty good, especially at home. And shout out real quick. Let's shout him out. Jay Cash, you the man. 420 fun. Thanks for the advice. You the man, bro. You the man. Everybody else, hang on one quick sec while I record the first game of the starts and sits. Jordan Mason, you got to start him. I'm sure. I mean, everybody's hurting at running back right now. So yeah, got to start him. Seahawks giving up like the 12th or 13th most points to running back. So it's not a bad matchup at all. Ooh, man, Debo and Ayuk, though. It's kind of annoying, like, every week trying to figure out, should you start both these guys? Should you sit them? In this matchup, I'm leaning on starting both of them. I like Ayuk more than I like Debo, so if you're, like, making a choice on one or the other for whatever reason. And then I do not like Juwanna Jennings. No, ever since Debo and Kittle came back, I just said, don't mess with them. Kittle, tight end sucks so much. Like if Kittle plays, you're starting him. I don't even think there's any kind of question like about that. And Seahawks, they've been bad for a few years against the tight end. And this year they're like, I think there's only one better tight end matchup than the Seahawks. So you're for sure playing Kittle. But Kittle was limited in practice. So we shall see. Make sure you guys pay attention and follow throughout the week. All right. Right, exactly, Charlie. Oh, 5-man bench. Ooh. I don't know. Feel like I would still try to trade somehow. Now let's jump over. Dang it, hold on. Was it like that? Yeah, there we go. Now let's jump over to the home team, Seahawks side of things. Geno, I'm a little bit nervous about starting him, but Superflex League, of course, we're starting him. Single QB League, I'm still going to say lean on starting him. The 49ers, they're giving up around the 20. 49ers, they're giving them around the 8th most points to quarterbacks. And now, I mean, they just keep getting injury after injury. So, yeah, I'm actually going to be starting Geno. Single QB, super flex, either way, lock him in. Let's do it. Ken Walker, though. Feel like you got to start him, but it's a way tougher matchup for the running backs than it is for the wide receiver. It's a way tougher matchup for the running backs versus the quarterbacks. And Zach Charbonnet, like I'm just looking at even some of my teams, and like I legit may have to start him. And it all depends on your situation, because I'm starting Charbonnet over a whole bunch of random RB2s like out there, so just some random guys that you'd be picking up. Not talking about your Trey Sermons or Tracy's or anything like that, just lower on the totem pole. So Ken Walker, I'm starting him even in a bad matchup. It definitely sucks. Charbonnet would be a fringe guy for me. The wide receivers, it's tough, but I feel like we got to start all three of them. I mean, more often than not, 49ers are giving up decent points to the wide receivers. And it's not like you're going to be starting a tight end over here. Like I'm saying no to Noah Fant. But I feel like DK, JSN, and Tyler Lockett, they're all startable this week. Obviously, DK is the guy. If like you have DK, he's probably the wide receiver 1 or 2 on your team. JSN, Tyler Lockett, more like, I'm going to say a little bit better than dart throw flex guys. They're like wide receiver 3s to me this week, and solid flex plays. All right. Let's get it. Moneyline Mills. Let's go. Xavier worth a pickup. Leggett, I mean, he's worth a pickup, but it depends on over who. Because him getting hurt again, it doesn't make me super excited anymore to pick him up. Charlie said to me, in a non-PPR worthy probably has more value. Juju has more volume, making it more valuable in PPR. Yeah, but I think as of right now, Juju and Worthy have the same exact TD upside. And Juju probably has more TD upside than Worthy. For Zoe, if you're the ETN owner, how desperately bad do you want Bigsby? Like bad enough to maybe give up McBride or London or Purdy? Nah. See, that would be a super emotional trade. Don't do it. Don't do it. Seawolves start 2. Thomas, Moore, Godwin. Moore and Godwin playing the matchups. Marco, start Pitts or Theo. It's crazy. Pitts was even dropped in a league that I was in. I'm gonna say Pitts versus the Panthers. John dropped Lockett for Dubs. No. William needless to say, I didn't get any of my waiver claims first place. He said, does that to you? Oh, okay. Yeah. So do you have the waivers where like it changes every week based on your record? Because yeah, if so, yeah, it always sucks for the first place team. Okay, next matchup. Next matchup on the week. This is going to be the London game. Oh, yeah. So make sure you guys get your lineup set early. This is your early public service reminder. 6:30 game a.m. if you're on the West Coast. 9:30 a.m. if you are on the East Coast. So set your lineups accordingly. Trevor Lawrence. Super flex, you might have to play him. Single QB, I'm leaning on sitting him. Just like last week when I told you Andy Dalton was a sit versus the Bears because they're just locking down QBs and wide receivers. ETN and Tank Bigsby. If both of them play, because ETN, we still got to wait on news. I'm recording this early Wednesday morning, and we still don't even have any practice reports for ETN. If both of them play, I'm playing both. Bears, the only way that you can really move the ball on them is on the ground. Like they shut down quarterbacks, they shut down wide receivers. And that's why I really don't want to play Christian Kirk, Brian Thomas Jr., or Gabe Davis. If I was going to play one of them, it would be Brian Thomas Jr. because he's not going to be getting the Jalen Jones like treatment. He won't be the one against their top cornerback, So yeah, it's going to be all bad for Jacksonville. I do like ETN. I do like Bigsby. If Ingram plays, I would probably play him. I would play Strange if Ingram doesn't play. But it's tough to play a quarterback or a wide receiver against the Bears. They really shut him down. Look at what they did last week. So many people who are like, Deontay Johnson, let's go. Volume king. Don't matter when you're going up against a team like the Bears with their secondary. All right, let me knock out the Bears side of things, and then we'll be back to the chat. Now on the opposite side of things here, I mean, great matchups all around for the Bears players. Look at Caleb. I feel like, whoa, in a super flex, you're starting him for sure. In a single QB league, it's probably debatable if you're going to start him or not. But if you pick your quarterbacks kind of based on matchups, this is like literally the best matchup that a quarterback can have versus the Jacksonville Jaguars. So I'm going to lean on Caleb as a starter, and even in single QB leagues this week. For the running backs, you got to start Swift and Roschon. I know it's tough. You're not going to be playing both of them on the same team, but I'm just saying, if you have Swift is going to be a solid like RB2 this week. The matchup is juicy. Jags giving up around the third or fourth. Jags giving up the third or fourth most points to running backs, and Roschon, he's been getting enough work in the red zone to where, yeah, he's a great flex option. And for the wide receivers, I'm definitely starting DJ. I want to score more. Oh, yeah. He's going to continue to be solid. Now, Keenan Allen and Rome Odunze, I feel like in a matchup like this, you have to start them. We're talking about the Jaguars giving up the most points to quarterbacks, the most points to wide receivers out of everybody who's out there. They're just an amazing matchup, you know? So we got to play those matchups. And I don't want to force Allen or Odunze into the lineup, so it's not like I'm going to start them over some real solidified wide receivers. But if you're just talking wide receiver 2 or 3, one of your flexes, maybe you're talking 2 flexes, those guys would be consideration for me for the start next to almost anybody because of their matchups. All right. Got through that. Yeah, Marcus, I'm not sure I already answered, but is Branch going to play? We don't know yet. We gotta get some Wednesday practice reports. We don't have an insane amount. Huh. Really weird. Someone just said we added him to a league. They replaced someone in the waivers where someone was super inactive. And now he said he can't find it. Let me see. All right. And Corbin, I got Burrow. Is it cool to add all the rookie or Gesicki? I think I'd rather have all. Said all been getting more playing time in the last 2 games. Or can I start Theo? I think Theo from the Giants. I mean, that was like my sneaky pickup and play of the week. I do like Theo. Chandler, what up? Trade Stroud, White, and Ford for Bijan, passing 6 points passing. So I still have Purdy. I'm just gonna hold on that. I don't even think Bijan's worth paying up for right now. What up, Zach? Start Bigsby or Ford this week? Leaning Bigsby. Things could change throughout the week. Papa J, ETN, Odunze, Coleman. ETN, assuming he plays. Seawolves, Monster, DJ Moore. DJ, I want to score more. Zach Ray McLeod, a good waiver wire ad. Yeah. Sean said Odunze over Pittman then. Probably because he's going to get L'Jarius Sneed. Pittman is, and it's going to be all bad for him. And Song said, I didn't know you were live. He said, got it. Okay, perfect. Good to go. Zach says, should I add Ray McLeod for a trade Tucker, Juwanna Man, or Bateman? I would say Jennings or Bateman. I would add Ray over. Theo was brushing my teeth and I heard my name and I had to double take. I'm ready to go. Ready to go in, coach. Yeah, bro. Mr. Theo Johnson. Theo Johnson. Tomas, what up? PPR, Bowers, Ridley, Jalen Tolbert. I'm gonna go Ridley. I mean, it's the matchup. Why? I'm going Ridley. And for Zill, how about Murray, Smith, and Olave for AJ Brown and Marvin? I mean, I like it and I don't. I like that you're getting back two studs like AJ Brown and Marvin, but it's like, yeah, like, are those your two best wide receivers right now? Also, because it's like, I know it's an upgrade, but you're also downgrading at quarterback to upgrade your wide receivers. And I know it's not the worst thing in the world, but I just want to like always try to upgrade everywhere somehow. And you also don't need to force a trade. I think you just had a run of bad luck. Marcus, I know it sounds delusional, but drop Gus Edwards for CEH. I just don't think CEH is going to be a thing. And Dummy Man Pluto said was able to trade Kareem Hunt for JT, worried about CEH and Pacheco's return. Yeah, I mean, you're going to be missing a couple weeks of JT, but that's good. Sean said in my league, no one trades at all ever for any reason. Said that it's boring work league, and I don't know if I will do it again next year. So I bet you I can almost guarantee I would know why nobody trades. And I think you said 12-man team before. Usually, if no one trades, I'm like, oh, it must be a 10-man, maybe an 8-man where nobody trades. But I bet there's only like 5 bench spots, huh? That's the reason why a lot of leagues never trade is because of 5 bench spots. Let me know if I'm right about the bench spots. Crispy Fields or Gino. Seawolves, Dowdle, ETN, Stevenson. ETN. Brazil, well, he does have a Juwana man at tight end. Maybe I take out Murray and put in Ferg. I guess it's tough because either way, you're trading away your hitter at one of those two positions where there's not a lot of hitters. Well, I mean, I guess at QB there's a lot of hitters, just different levels of it. It's still kind of tough because who'd you say that you would have at tight end? Theo said I have to start Doomsday this week. I hope I hope it's not a one catch game. I mean, versus the Jags, I hope not either. Jason, what up, bro? Said puff pass, smoking that watermelon runts. I am. I like it. Getting high, you are. Hitting the bong, you are. What up, Bakes? Just in time.
Got perfect time. About to start a little puff give in this motherfucker.
And Sean said, I'm in first place and the only person trying to trade. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that's also another thing. Like in redraft, if you are the first place team, sometimes there's just people who are never trade with the first place team no matter what. Unless they feel like they can weaken you with the trade. So that's the tough part, I feel, with being in first place and wanting to make a trade. But dude, I'm telling you, Sean, come fuck with us in the dynasty. You want to be in a league where you could trade like almost anytime you want? Get in our dynasty leagues. They're super fun. I host redraft leagues as well. But the thing with redraft is like everybody's trying to win, you know, and like if you're trying to trade with a bunch of people who are trying to win, it's tough for anybody to really win the trade. It's more like, that's why I feel like it's really all about making mutually beneficial trades where like both of you guys win somehow. Someone has weak running backs, you trade someone who's weak on wide receivers, you know, and it's a nice swap. unless the person is desperate, and I like to take advantage of the desperate people. I overload them with people, but we want some of your best players if we're gonna help you rebuild. Like for this season right now, got to give up some better players. I mean, it's just the way it works. I'm cold to the Josh Allen out this week. Something we're going to be monitoring all week. And it really sucks because they got the Monday night game, and we got both quarterbacks are questionable for Monday. Fucking sucks, dude. Bake said, you think I made a good trade in the Debo, or should I have taken Purdy? Let me know what it is. Because I can't remember like what it is off the top of my head. So yeah, just help me out. Help me. Sean said, how do dynasties work? It's a league that continues year after year. Year one, you draft all the veteran players, and then rookies get in the mix. Depending on when you get in the draft with me, it's either we have a veterans draft and then a rookie draft, the players, or if it's later in the season, it's like all of them kind of mixed into one. And then you only draft rookies year after year. You have draft picks that you can trade. If you get into like the leagues that have defense, those are even easier to trade because now you got a whole other crop of players that you can mix into trades as well. But dynasty is the shit, dude. It's probably as close as we could get to being an NFL, like GM, at least simulating it. There's no what's it called? There's no like salary caps or like anything like that though. For Zill, I'll trade if I trade Ferg, my options would be Otten, Strange, Colby. But check this out: the ETN owner has Tucker and McBride on buy. I can offer Bigsby for McBride. Try to do that, and then you got Fergie and McBride, and then that gives you a lot of leverage to trade with someone who has because even if you made that trade and you trade Fergie away like right now, then it's just a 1 week fill-in that you're getting, and that's really it. And wait, and actually, I was thinking that you said buy, but what's BN mean? On the block? On the block, maybe? Because I just realized both those guys are playing, so it's not buy. Seawolves, DJ, Metcalf, Connor, or Mixon. Sit one. As of right now, I'll say just sit Mixon. When Mixon gets, start practicing, we'll recover this. Marco said, can we actually trade Fab in dynasty leagues? On Sleeper, you can. In all my dynasty leagues, you can. Yep. And the way that I do it, you have a $200 budget in the off season, and then you have a $200 budget pretty much like after Labor Day. And DD Red Solo, Henry and Mooney for Tyreek and Kyren. No, just hold or rework. I'm cold. What up? The thing is, I have Josh Allen and Purdy, so do you think it's safe to start Purdy over Josh? You might have to. It doesn't matter if it's safe or not. He's hurt right now. So we got to see what's going to be happening with him this week. And what I say, Kai ran a top 10 locked RB. I don't remember. I don't know about that. Corbin said Debo is getting double teamed all last game. He's going to ball out this week. I mean, unless they keep like double teaming him, but the more people that you have out there, the harder it is to like double team any one of those people. Bake said still pending. I took Chase over Purdy. Oh, I mean, come on, bro. Like Chase fucking killing it, man. Said I got Minshew and Flacco as my QB. Oh, but I would have taken Purdy. Yeah. I would have taken Purdy. Is that? Yeah. Sorry, bro. Chase is amazing, but like, man, like what if Flacco isn't the guy this week? Like, what if Minshew gets benched mid-game for Aiden O'Connell again or something? You hearing any news about Minshew at all? I haven't heard anything yet about just the QB situation in general. What up, Russell? So what up, Hustler? Eagles D, Cleveland D, or Eagles D versus Cleveland, Bucks versus the Saints, possibly rookie QB. I don't think it's gonna. I don't know if it's gonna be the rookie QB or not. I like both. I'd probably go with the Eagles versus Cleveland, but yeah, both really good matchups. I like Houston versus the Patriots also. It's going to be Drake May's first game. And even before it was going to be Drake May, still liked him. And Jason, what up? Guy in the league guys, Josh Allen, Roshan Johnson, Mixon, Dallas Goedert, Mike Evans, Cooper, Darnell Mooney projects lowest points every week, and he's 5-0. So annoying. Yeah, that's why we can't follow projections, right? Because like I'm sure maybe every game, except for one, Mooney has outscored his projection. I mean, Roshan last 2 weeks, like he's probably projected almost nothing. Doesn't he have like 3 touchdowns over the last 2 weeks? I mean, Mixon, you know, he hasn't been playing. But yeah, it's pretty crazy though. All right. And I'm Cold said, thanks, bro. Have a good day. I'm subscribed. And I go live every morning. Make sure you turn on the notifications. And Jason McCaffrey, Kareem Hunt, Lockett, Aaron Jones, 2 defenses on his bench. Dang it. I totally forgot what the other. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Guys got a pretty good squad for sure. DD Red Solo, I got Henry, A-Chain, JT, Brian Robinson, Pacheco. Someone dropped him. Nice. One of my teams, work league, I need a wide receiver, so that's why I'm trying to flip Henry because I don't really need him. Well, here's the thing. You don't think that you need Henry because he's been doing so good and your team's been doing so good. You take away one of the best players on your team, and then you're going to be realizing that the grass isn't greener on the other side. I'm just going to say that. When you say, like, if anybody out there says they don't need someone and that's their best player at that position, that's the person I'm trying to trade with. So don't be that guy. Like, trade JT if people think that he's coming back. JT's not coming back for weeks, you know. A-Chain, like he's El King Custo, but he's going to be coming back. But we know that their run game is going to be very, very suspect, you know, at times. So no, I got to change your guys' logic on this because I see too many people thinking like that. And like, that's not the way to think. It's not, I don't need the best player at this position because I'm so stacked. No, you being so stacked means you should trade 2 of your lesser players. Maybe it's a running back, maybe it's a wide receiver, but of lesser value. And then you bring back top dogs to pair up with your Henrys of the world and whoever your top wide receivers are. But throw it in the chat if that makes sense. Like everybody, because like I see this happening like too much, and I need to like save you guys from yourself like on this. Because like no, Henry is a guy. There's a reason why I was so high on Henry, and it wasn't because I thought he was going to do good in the first couple weeks and then fizzle out to where we don't want him. Like I legit said at the beginning of the year, this might be a 20 touchdown season for Derrick Henry because of their run game and everything and the way they're doing it. And what does he have? 6 through 5 games or something? What does he have right now? I swear he has like 6. Let me go check. How many does he have? Yeah, he's got 6. And he's literally on pace for 20.5 touchdowns right now. He's got a touchdown in every single game. And Roshan been sniping Swift. I love it. He has been. And the Bulgarian Panzer, what up? Should I start Singletary or Rashad or Najee? Leaning Najee versus the Raiders as of today. But remember, don't take a Wednesday answer as a final answer. Pam said, you say Taylor isn't coming back for weeks. It's a possibility. They said he had a high ankle sprain. And like when you have a high ankle sprain, there's a possibility that you can come back by week 3 or week 4. But it really depends on how things are working out. And like rest is usually one of those things that helps that high ankle sprain, you know, heal a little bit faster. So like, that's why we're probably not going to see him practicing. I mean, they already said today he's not practicing, and I really don't think that he's going to play for at least 2 weeks. Like maybe get in the game 2 weeks from now. So like not this week, not next week for sure. But I think, yeah, what would that be then? Week 6, 7. So like week 8, maybe he comes back week 8. But yeah, there's a bunch of people who are still of the mindset that JT's just like gonna play this week. And like there's way more of a probability that he's not playing over the next 2 weeks than he is, playing this week. So if someone thinks that they are playing and you can sell high on a JT today, get players that help you today if you are in and it's not about trading JT for like nobodies, but people who we think have at least rest of season, like staying power. I don't want to trade him for bums. And Lucius, what up? He said, had someone leave a trade out there to me, giving me Nico for A-Chain, Brian Thomas, and Deontay, 10-team league. Is this a take? Well, no. I mean, Nico went on IR this morning, so Nico's out at least 4 weeks. So I would not. I mean, if it's a dynasty, like maybe you entertain that, but if it's a redraft, no. It's like the absolute worst time that you can pay up for Nico. So throw it in the chat that you heard, because I know that this is still, the Nico news is still brand new news. It like happened maybe 2 hours ago, maybe a little bit less than that. Bulgarian Panzer, you think Bowers can finish as the tight end 1? I think that he has the potential to, but as bad as the Raiders are, I just don't. Yeah, I just don't. I don't think so. Lucius said, "Oh, me giving up Nico. Oh, well, that's a horse of a different color. Let me see. So A-Chain, Brian Thomas, and Deontay for Nico. Yeah, fuck it, do it, dude. Yeah, I would do it. It sucks to cut bait on Nico like that, but you might be. I mean, that's just going to give you insane depth. And we don't even know if Nico's only going to be missing the 4 weeks. That we just know that's the minimum amount that he can miss is the 4 weeks. And we've seen guys get hamstring injuries and that shit just linger the entire year. So, yeah, I think I would. And then just be prepared. Then be prepared for the backlash that's about to happen, because it might make your league go fucking crazy. DD Red Solo, how much should we be throwing for Nico? Is he really a top 5 wide receiver? I'm still iffy. Well, no, like he's talking about selling Nico in redraft. I mean, you kind of take what you could get, like, for Nico, really. All right. And thanks, Lucius, for the super chat. You the man, homie. And Jason said, D-Hop, Keenan Allen, Zamir White, Jennings were dropped in my league. Dropping a tight end. Think anyone's worth rostering. Keenan this week because of their matchup. And D-Hop, like, maybe because of the matchup. But that's kind of about it. Zamir White, I don't know. He sucks. Jennings, yeah, been droppable since Debo came back. Uh-oh. Just saw something on Thibodeau. Oh, shit. Thibodeau has a wrist injury that's going to keep him week to week. They said he just had surgery this morning. Ooh. Stefanski says Nick Chubb, like other players, day to day. We'll see how it happens. We'll see what happens. Let's go. All right. And Ryan took the chase for DK and Brees offer. Man, just do it, bro. Like I said, you guys don't need my validation. I just tell you what I think, and you make moves either way. And DD Red saw, I heard JT that the injury will recover faster because he has metal plates in that ankle from an injury a couple years ago of that sprain. Just reading what you said right now, I want you to read it again. Like, read it out loud, just like I read it out loud. He's going to recover from his injury faster because he has metal plates in his ankle. I'm just saying, like, that doesn't sound promising. And recovering faster is coming back by week 3 or week 4. Saquon Barkley is the only person that has ever came back from a high ankle sprain after like only missing 2 games or something like that. And he didn't really do all that good like after coming back either. It was like he should have stayed out a couple more games. But yeah, just like I try to like read things for what it is. And like even just that, like the guy with metal plates in his ankle is going to recover faster from this because of the metal plates that are in his ankle from previous injuries. That's the thing that made like that whole situation just like makes me nervous. It really does. It's a built-in brace. Okay. But still, it couldn't brace him from like this. Man. And Abraham trade Charbonnet Leggett for someone like Jefferson and St. Brown. Fuck yeah, dude, if you can. Hell yeah. For either one of them. Either one of them. And yeah, thank them 20 times if they do that. And be willing to throw in another player for one of those, because I would. Papa J, I like Dynasty more than redraft because you're actually building your team for future seasons. Yeah, definitely. And there may be times where, like, you know, in redraft, you catch like 4 or 5 injuries and like your team's done. You're just like, oh, fuck. 0-4 from all these fucking injuries. And then you got to like claw, scrape, you know, like I've gone 0-6 and actually made it to the playoffs. Lost in the first round of the playoffs, but I felt very like good about going 0-6 and then turning it around to I think I went 7-7, only like from going 0-6 and then going 7-1 like after that, and then scraped into the playoffs only to get my ass kicked by the top by the top guy. But yeah, Dynasty, dude, I love it, man. I like Dynasty a lot more than redraft, and it's just because I feel like I know that there is a little bit of luck involved in everything that we're doing here. Like it's not 100% skill, because if one of your players just gets hurt in the first fucking play of the game, like that's some fucking bad luck that like could screw people, you know? So injuries, like that's part of the bad luck and, you know, things like that. But yeah, it, you know, it's tough. It's tough. And Blank Jesse, is that what this is? What up on Twitch? What up? What up? Debo or Dell this week with Collins being out. I'm leaning Debo as of now. Seahawks have been giving up a lot of points to like the wide receivers, and I know they're at home, but still, yeah, I think I'm going Debo because I think Dell probably stays consistent to what he's been getting, maybe a little uptick, but I think it's going to be Xavier Hutchinson who comes in and gets like a huge uptick of stuff. Jarrett, what up, homie? Shout out to the Who Dat Nation. And for Zoe ETN owner, rejected Bigsby for McBride. That selfish bastard. And, you know, it's, you know, ask him. Just say, do you want Bigsby at all? And just see what he says. Sometimes you just got to ask. You might be like, fuck no. And then just, you don't bark up that tree. DD Red Soul, I'm talking about buying Nico when recovering is healthy. Don't know if Nico's a top 5. I mean, whatever we thought about him being top 5 is out the window at this point. Like, I'm not even talking about season, but like you're dealing with a hamstring injury now. Now you got to wait. He might not come back for, you know, 5 weeks from now. He's got to miss 4 games at least. It almost doesn't matter. So, but I feel like I'm thinking about throwing A-Chain for Nico, but feel like I'm overpaying. Yeah, I mean, you are. I wouldn't be trading viable starters for Nico right now. Because that person who lost Nico, I'm sure they're going to be a little bit desperate. And if they want to hold Nico, that's on them. It might make them lose the entire season holding on to Nico, depending on who they have at wide receiver. So you need to figure out how to trade like 2 or 3 of your lesser players to get Nico if you really believe in him. But that's what you should be trying to do, not trading a guy like A-Chain for him. Tomas, what up, homie? And said thoughts on Xavier Hutchinson.
Let's go. Give it to you.
Yeah, grab him. Pick him up.
Pick him up.
Moneyline Mills, Terrell Owens played in the Super Bowl with a high ankle sprain. Yeah, but how do you do in that Super Bowl? Let's go see. Let's see. 9 receptions for 122 yards. Okay. I mean, that's not too shabby, but they did lose. Might not have been because of him, but I don't see a TD or anything on this. And I bet there was, let's see. Where's the Eagles versus New England? Oh, wait. Wrong. Eagles versus New England. Let's see. Yeah, they spread the ball around a lot. I bet if T.O. was feeling better, he probably would have had way more than 9 receptions. Because Brian Westbrook had 7. This dude Pinkston had 4. Greg Lewis had 4. LJ Smith had 4. And it's the Super Bowl. And it's the Super Bowl, not some fucking random game in the middle of the season. That's another thing. Not some random game versus the Titans in the middle of the season. And Josie, trade out Pollard DK for Walker Diggs. Nah, I would hold and try to figure that out. Like, I'd do it in a different way. DD Red Solo, well, the metal plates is a built-in brace. It's not recovering faster. It's not as a significant injury. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, I can get with that. Takes away the tea leaves are moving. I see Minshew being benched before the game even starts. All bad. Yeah, that's rough. And I'm here in Vegas. I mean, I'm not really listening to too many Vegas specific people, but Sean, the other guy, turned down my Pittman for Sutton for Mason trade. Oh, well, like you said, no one wants to trade with the first place team. Yeah, unless they feel like they're getting a way better deal, like from you. It's something you have to deal with if you're the top dog in a redraft league. Because I know more often than not, I don't want to do things to improve the number 1 team. If I'm like in a redraft, like, why? It's like I'm going to trade you to make your team better so you can just beat me later. I'd rather sink with the ship. That's how a lot of people fucking think. Marco said, didn't that just happen with James Robinson? He got injured the very first play of the game. I mean, it's happened with a lot of people. Random when it happens. And hey, Fletcher Cox, what up? I'm glad you're playing fantasy football now. And it said, would you trade Brees and CJ Stroud for Devontae Adams, T. Higgins, and Josh Allen? Potentially. I get real nervous about Devontae Adams. A lot of question marks right now. I do like T and Josh Allen. Would you, like, let's say Allen doesn't play this week, would you have another player that you could put in for him? All right, we got to keep going with the starts and sits. Yeah, 9 for 122. And Moneyline Mills got to admit Terrell Owens was a beast. Oh, yeah, I never said he wasn't. I'm not a Terrell Owens hater. I know there's a lot out there because they're like, he's a diva or whatever, but I don't know. Most people in general are divas when you think about it. And DD Red Soul, I really like Nico's talent. I love CJ Stroud. I go to got a lot of talent in that wide receiver room for sure. I said that again. He was on pace for 2,000 yards. Yeah, I mean, it sucks, dude. And now he's like going to be on the bench for like at least 4 weeks. Sucks. Steve giving Richardson the rock this week. Said if healthy or start Daniel Jones going up against Cincy. I mean, well, we don't even know if Richardson is even going to play this week yet. We should know within the next couple days. Those are your only 2 options. If those are your only 2 options, I'm going Daniel Pesos Jones. But I hope you have other options besides that. I have Darnold. Oh, good. But Darnold's on bye this week, so it doesn't help you. So, again, my question was, if Josh Allen doesn't play, like if you make this trade and Josh Allen doesn't play for whatever reason this week because he's hurt, I'm saying, like, who would your other options like be over there? Red Cells in fact, I want to trade with a couple 5-0 or 4-1, but I want to make their team better, deeper depth because I know the playoffs come there. Yeah, I didn't trade away my Drake London to a top team because of his playoff schedule. Okay, see, there you go. And if you're trading with the low-level teams or the mid-level teams, I mean, that's better because, like, you almost don't care about those teams getting better. You care about yourself getting better, and you care about not making the best teams better. And Moneyline Mills, pray for us here in Florida, 420 game, going 10 minutes away from Tropicana Field. Damn, bro, we were talking about that a little bit earlier. Stay safe out there, bro. It seems very, very crazy. And Steve said I had Tua and Darnold on by. Okay. Only options I have after this week should be fine. What was it? Oh, okay. Yeah, with the okay. So just a 1 week thing. Yeah. I'm leaning Daniel Pesos Jones as of now. Fletcher Cox said I'm 4-1. Nice. But who would, like, let's say Josh Allen doesn't play. Who would you be able to get? That's my question. Who would you be able to get if Josh Allen doesn't play? And Flash, what up, bro? Deontay, Mostert, Eckler for Cup, Najee Warren. Standard scoring. I got the Cup side. You would be receiving the Cup side. I guess I don't like the Najee Warren shit. I mean, is this kind of a blah trade all around besides Cup? It really is. I feel like I'd probably do it. But I'm a little nervous about it too. Jay, someone dropped Prescott. What? What the hell? Pick him up. I said, what a score here, eh? For sure. He has such a hard schedule worth to pick up. I would still do it. He's got CD Lamb, and like a lot of things change, and like Dak's still a premier quarterback. Ooh, I mean, that would suck. It would only be for 1 week, but yeah, that shit would suck. But I guess here's another thing though. Is like with that whole trade in general, just like think like, what are you trying to improve? Fletcher, like, what are you trying to improve with that entire trade? Because, I mean, you're trading away Brees, and you don't have a running back coming back, so that's not increasing your running back depth. CJ Stroud for Josh Allen. I mean, let's just say that's staying the same. Okay, I mean, you are getting a little uptick, but just for the purpose, I should say it's staying the same. And it's like you're trading Brees for Devontae Adams and T. Higgins. So I'm sure that's vastly improving your wide receiver position. But like, I don't know. Like trading away Brees with no running back coming back, there's no way that you can slice it that's like making your running back room like better. So it's like you improved your QB spot like a little bit, and you improved your wide receivers a bunch, but then you took a hit on your running backs. They said I already have Kamara, Swift, Ramondre. I mean, this is just like what I was talking about earlier. Like, if you have 4 running backs on your team and you trade away the best one, no matter how you slice it, that's going to be significantly worse than what it is now. So I'm not saying don't make this trade, but I would rather give up a Swift and a Ramondre before I give up a Brees. So, like, that's all I'm saying. Like, don't trade away your best players and be like, I don't need this best player that I drafted in the very first round or second round because I believe that they're going to be literally one of the best this entire year. Don't trade them away because you think that you are stacked because of a couple good games. Because you being 4-1, you're going about this all wrong, bro. You should be trying to trade with a person whose team sucks, and you should be trying to give them 2 or 3 players of your lesser quality players and trying to get some of their better like players. Oh, Nico went on IR, so you're panicking now. Okay. Well, so I just want to save you from this emotional trade, bro. No, Russell, we've only got through 2 games. I'm about to keep going on it right now. DD Red Soul, someone dropped Kincaid. Someone dropped Kincaid in one of my leagues for Kraft. Got Bowers, but dropped Ford for him. I don't know. Like Kincaid's been pretty whack, you know, like Bowers, even though their offense is whack, he's been one of the consistent parts. And Fletcher said, I'm not. To me, trading away Brees is a panic move. Said, now you salty, I'm getting Devontae. I don't care who you're getting. I'm not in your league. I could care less about that trade. I'm just giving you my honest opinion to make your team better. Because I'm not in that league. Remember, I'm only giving you my advice. If you came here for confirmation bias, you may or may not get it because I might not think like you think. You don't need my confirmation bias to make the trade. Like, you're either going to make the trade or you aren't. So just remember, whatever information I give you, just soak it in, because whether you make that trade or not, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter to me. You know, like, I mean, I want it. Like, if your team wins at the end of the season, that's what I want. However, whatever the process was to get there, I mean, there's a whole bunch of different routes we can go. So just remember that. I could care less if you make that trade or not. I want people to make the best trades that they can for their team. And trading away Brees is not a championship move. Not a championship move. Especially when there's so many question marks about Devontae. DD Red Solo, I want to drop AR5 so bad, but I can't believe he's literally Josh Allen. If he gets throws on target, no way Flacco stays in. I mean, I guess, but like, he's only had one good game this year, and like they beat zone coverage, and it was literally 2 throws. Like, that's what we got to remember. Like, we're judging him being good based off of college right now, not off of anything that's necessarily happened in the NFL with his arm. So we just got to remember that, dude. Like, Joe Flacco looked head and shoulders and leaps and bounds, and just that team looked way better with Flacco than it has ever looked with Anthony Richardson. Ever. And Flashhead getting Devontae is like shitting in your hand and wishing it was gold. Say if you land somewhere outside of the Bills and KC, it's not that great. Yeah. Said trade for Brees and A-Chain. Right, exactly. Because this is when you should be able to buy those guys low. For sure. For sure. And DD Red Solo's combine. Yeah, but like, I mean, you've been around here for a while. Did you hear my take on his combine? Because like, yeah, he's like super athletic and like all these great, amazing things. Nothing had to do with his arm, arm accuracy, or anything that matters on him actually taking the next step to being like a legit NFL quarterback. Like, the thing that makes you a legit NFL quarterback is accuracy and decision making. And like, those are literally the 2 worst things that he has in his repertoire right now. Can he run fast? Fuck yeah. Can he jump far? Fuck yeah. Can he jump high? Fuck yeah. Like, but what does that have to do with his arm accuracy and his decision making? Like, that's what makes him not a good quarterback yet for the NFL. And his accuracy, literally one of the worst right now. And I'm not talking about his completion percentage or anything like that. At one point in this season, he was giving up more interceptions to man coverage than he was completing passes to man coverage. Like, that's horrible, no matter how you slice it, in no matter what amount of fucking context. This was multiple games of that. So he's not good when it comes to man coverage. And if you can't beat man coverage, you are not going to beat any good defenses in the NFL, because the best defenses, they run man with their top 2 cornerbacks because their top 2 cornerbacks are that good. So yeah, I said it before and I'll say it again. Richardson is going to ruin people's fantasy dreams this year. And Fletcher said Brees had 2 bad weeks. His stock went down a bit. Yeah. But if you are, but if you're a savvy veteran, like with this, you don't trade players like Brees when their stock is down. You know what I mean? Like, that's like the worst thing that you can do, because it's likely that his stock is going to go back up at some point, whether it's in 1 game, whether it's in 2 games, whether it's in 4 games. But you don't take someone who the value was up here in the beginning of the season, and now the value's here. so you're trading him here. You know, like you don't do that. You don't do that. Right, Crispy. Red Cell said Flacco did make him look better now, and how good is Downs with Flacco there? I mean, I love everybody way more with Flacco there. Yeah, he said, is he a waiver priority ad? Yeah. I mean, we don't know if Flacco is going to be there, so it's kind of like you have to what's it called? You know, you just like you're picking him up in advance, like just you don't know what's gonna happen. So, like, if you have an extra spot, like fuck yeah, dude, pick him up. But if it's Richardson, I'm not playing him. So that's what this comes down to. And Fletcher said the guy in my league was trying to trade Derrick Henry for Devontae. Well, that guy does not sound smart. That guy does not sound smart. And just because there's stupid people like in your league, it doesn't mean that, you know, you should follow them and like try to make foolish trades. At least in my opinion, you know, like you can make whatever trade you want. And that trade might have not even been a foolish trade. But yeah, just like you said, you were selling low on Breece. Like that's not a championship move. Sean said, which QB is not good against man coverage? Richardson. Yeah, Richardson. Flash said AR5, I feel not NFL worthy. Not yet. His health, arm, intelligence all lack what's needed. Yeah. Not saying that he can't get there, but this is why I don't think every quarterback who's drafted in the first round should start right away. Like if you get a chance to learn behind someone good, like that's what's going to help you. Like, look at Tom Brady. Like, Tom Brady got to learn behind a great quarterback before he got hurt. Patrick Mahomes got to learn behind a quarterback that was drafted number 1 overall in the NFL. A lot of years before that, but still. Russ said I panicked and traded Andrews, Mostert, and Rashad White for Kittle, Kupp, Aaron Jones. I have the depth to wait for them to come back from injury. Also, Kupp and Aaron Jones on their bye ahead of them. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not mad at it. Getting rid of Andrews and selling high on Mostert, I'm not mad at it. And Steve with AJ back. We don't know if AJ's back yet, but with him, how about with him potentially coming back this week? How about that? Who would you bench this week? Pittman, JSN, JMO, still have Worthy and Waddle on bye this week. If I'm a Pittman, especially if it's Anthony Richardson, he's got L'Jarius Sneed this week. It's gonna suck. And Corbin said, Bledsoe, baby. Yeah, I mean, you know, someone who's a savvy vet, he got to learn the process behind him. And, you know, that wasn't like the main reason why he turned into Tom Brady or anything. But, like, you know, had Tom Brady gone to another system where there wasn't a good quarterback in front of him, you know, who got injured and all this, like, we see it now. Like, I mean, it's not like Fields was going to be any good for, like, the Bears if they would have kept him. You know, like not to where like it's not like Caleb could learn anything from Fields, you know, like it took Fields going to the Steelers to actually learn from a team who like does good with shitty quarterbacks somehow, you know, because like the Bears, they're fucked, you know, all around. But so that's it. Look at Phillip Rivers compared to, I don't know. It's hard to compare him to anybody like in that class because Big Ben and Eli kind of just hit the ground running with their teams. But yeah, even Phillip Rivers sat behind Drew Brees like for a year or two, got to learn a little bit before getting in the mix. And yeah, I think that's the way to go. Like no matter what. What up, Darren? What up, bro? Uh-oh. Wes said I'm fucked religiously. What happened? Carr? Is it Derek Carr? Marco said, what if Brady would have been drafted to the Browns? Well, if he was drafted to the Browns as a 6th round or 7th round quarterback, because he would have had to get farther than New England, right? To be drafted by one of them, because nobody wanted him before New England drafted him. He might have never played a snap in an NFL game. And it's like, it's crazy to think that there legit could have been some teams that Tom Brady went to in a different universe that he never plays an NFL snap. Because he wasn't highly touted coming out. I mean, who was drafted in the 6th fucking round this year? Guy like Milton, you know, Joe Milton, Like, we'll see if he ever takes an NFL snap, because like now for him to take a snap, he needs a Drake May to be like really bad, or he needs him to get injured. And then he needs like a Brissett who's still an NFL veteran, like he needs all these things to go right for him to like start this year. Like even a guy like Tom Brady, you're sitting for like a year or two. Like Brissett's only going to be there this year. But what the hell is Joe Milton going to learn from fucking Drake May? Like they're both rookies at like the exact same time. So they're both kind of learning how to prepare for NFL games at the same time, so it's not really going to help Joe Milton take a fucking, step up. Would be way different if it was like any kind of like veteran and they didn't need a quarterback right now. Like if it, like, of course, it's not going to be Tom Brady, but if it was like Tom Brady, and he's learning from Tom Brady for like a year or two before Tom Brady retires, that's would just be like insane for like a young fucking QB to like learn shit like that. Flash, what'd you talk about? Willis Big Ben got to learn from Tommy Maddox. What are you talking about, Willis? Tommy Maddox, the XFL GOAT. The first guy to turn an XFL season into an NFL career, right? And there might have been some other people, but he's just like the most notorious out of everybody who ever played in the XFL, made it to the NFL, played there for a handful of years. We know he hate me. He never did that. And Moneyline Mills, should I start Mayfield over Allen this week? You might have to. We don't know 100% if Allen is going to play this week. So we got to monitor all week. West said Nico on IR, Tyreek on bye, Bateman and Dunze on my starters, 14-man. Yeah, it's 1 week, bro. It's 1 week. That's it. Even if it's just one loss, it's just one loss. Crispy, would you trade Jacobs for Jaden in Dynasty? I would trade Jacobs away to receive Jaden Daniels. I would do that. Yes. Super flex. Yes. Is that what you're talking about? And Didi Red Solo, and to think there are players who could be a Hall of Fame but never get a chance to play. Because a lot of it is like, because like Tom Brady, it wasn't his talent. It wasn't his arm strength. I mean, there was it was preparing and learning. Like he was a better student of the game than probably, let's just say 99% of NFL quarterbacks like that have ever been drafted, right? Because like a guy like Peyton Manning, for example, even a guy like Drew Brees, those guys are just insanely talented, like way more talented. Remember the word talented than Tom Brady. It took Tom Brady being in a specific system that worked perfect for his skill set. And for the longest time, he did so good at learning the process that he made very little mistakes more often than not. And that led to them being good. And like, just even imagine if he didn't play on the Patriots, but still had a chance to start. The Patriots were the ones with that insane fucking defense for the years and years, with the coach who was fucking cheating every chance he could, to get shit done. So it's crazy to think. Because there's guys who I would say that are in the Hall of Fame for sure. And it wasn't based on them being hella talented coming into the league, work ethic, learning, owning the craft. Like look at Travis Kelce and fucking and Tony Gonzalez, like just those two specifically. Like Travis Kelce wasn't a thing like in the first couple years, like not that insanely talented, became an insane student of the game, and then gets blessed with Patrick Mahomes getting drafted to his team. Tony Gonzalez said he was almost cut in like his second or third year, like one of the best tight ends in history. Said he was damn near cut in his second or third year, but he got a wake-up call and he started working harder than he ever fucking worked before. And like the rest is history. And so it's crazy that, there's like guys who make it to the Hall of Fame who might never get a chance to play if certain situations, don't go correct. And if they don't live up to the moment, that they're in as well. Tom Brady, we know he lived up to the moment for sure. Tony Gonzalez, when it was all said and done, lived up to the moment. And Marco said 95, you could have played in the MLB because he got drafted to the Expos, I think. Yeah. And he always wanted to play in fucking NFL. That's what he said. Like, it's crazy that Kyler, like, I mean, going to the A's, that would have been insane. Kyler's the only guy to be drafted in the first round, in NFL and in baseball. Or wait, no, top 10, I think, or top 15, something like that. So it's not just even about the first round. It's like how high he was actually drafted. And Wes said, I know I need Brees Hall to save me with 30 points on Monday night. I mean, the Bills have not been that good against defending the run. So it's the matchup, man. It is the matchup for sure. Wes also got Mark Andrews and Dallas. Oh, yeah, man. I mean, that sucks. Flash said James Harrison, perfect example, cut over and over again. And now he'll be a Hall of Famer. Also takes luck and a chance for sure. And then when he got that chance, fucking killed it, dude. Fucking killed it. Look at a guy like Wes Welker. Like, I know probably not Hall of Fame, right? But like, he was on the Chargers and he was on Miami, and like they couldn't do shit with him, like at all. And then he goes to the fucking Patriots, and it's like, dude, top wide receiver, like in the league. Like, it's insane. And yeah, he was like across from Randy Moss, so that fucking helps. And he's like with Tom Brady, in his prime. So that like really fucking like helps him. But it's crazy, dude. Like, look at Baker. Like, Baker's like a really great example. Darnold is an insane example. Like right now, both guys who were drafted in the top 3 to shitty ass teams and had to move around. Both of them played on the, like, they both got traded to Carolina at the same time when Carolina is trying to fix their shitty woes, right? And yeah, and then you look at them now. Now they're in a good system. Like, they're in a system that works well for them, and they're both thriving. And those are like 2 great examples that it's not necessarily the talent or the, like how good the player is. A lot of it is the scheme and the teams and the coaches. Cause like, if your coach is an idiot, you're not going to be good. Like, you're not. It's just, I don't know. Like, it's not going to happen. Yeah, Darren said all about the right time, right moment. Fuck yeah, it is. Hell yeah, it is. And we got to get back to these start and sits. Dynasty 39 said have Nico. Would you trade Ferguson for Dell? Bowers, or do you think he'll be okay? Well, I mean, he's on IR, so he's out for a couple weeks either way. He said I got Pittman, Deontay, Ladd, Wicks, A-Chain, Bijan, Dowdle. I guess I just feel like Ferguson for Dell is too much, because like if someone really needs a tight end, Ferguson is a top tier tight end. He really is. So I don't want to do that necessarily. I feel like that's selling low on Ferguson because you have Bowers. And I wouldn't be trying to replace Nico with Dell. Like, I know you're not. I know you're just trying to like pick up someone. But like, I'm sure there's other people that you can get like for Ferguson straight up that would be more worth it than Dell. Shout out to Darren for the super chat. You the man, bro. Shout out to Chase. What up? Where's the call-in line? I have so many takes on this conversation. I got to get back to the starts and sits. The call-in line won't be on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday when I got to record the videos within the videos. And Corey said, never take a Wednesday answer as a final answer. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you. He said because you got to factor in that you could be the most talented in the world, but you can survive that limelight. I said the money, it's the 1% who can achieve their dreams and keep the dedication to keep the work. Yeah, for sure. But we got to remember that all of these football players, they're not even the 1%. They're the 0.001%. So that's what's crazy about this is like all of these guys are the 1%. And then it's like the different levels of like, because everybody's talented. Like that's another thing too. When I say like Tom Brady wasn't that talented, I'm not talking about compared to normal folks. I'm talking about to every QB that's in the NFL who's like the best of the best of the best, sir, with honors. But yeah, you're right about that though. And Jack, what up, bro? Would you trade Waddle and Mason for Kyren? No, because I think Mason sticks around the whole year because I don't think CMC comes back and plays. Marco said they put James Harrison in NFL Europe for some time, and he was on the roster of the Rhine Fire. Man, James Harrison's a beast. James Harrison's a beast, man. And Chase, you guys saw James Harden is fighting Ocho Cinco in MMA, right? I mean, I saw that Ocho Cinco called him out, and James Harrison said, "Yeah, let's do it, MMA." I haven't heard anything since that. Would definitely watch that. Ocho was like, "I don't even care what weight class. I don't even care what you come in weighing." Ocho's crazy, man. He's always talking out the side of his neck. He's a good entertainer, but I don't know if he wants to. I don't know if he wants to get James Harrison's hands, though. Like, man, James Harrison just seems like the wrong guy to be on the opposite end of the octagon against. DD Red Saw, confident are you in Brian Thomas Jr. rest of the season? He's top 20. I mean, he's a wide receiver too. I'm confident in that. So like that's top 24. I don't want to split hairs on the 20 versus 24, but that's what I've been saying for the longest time. And I said that if there was going to be a guy who rivaled Marvin Harrison Jr. as the wide receiver who was up for offensive rookie of the year, that it would be Brian Thomas Jr. because of the opportunity that he had. Because I really hate Danny Pesos that much. That's why I say, like, it was going to be Brian Thomas Jr. over Neighbors, like, rivaling him. And seeing now, if, you know, Neighbors missing a game hurts. Like, the more any games you miss, it just hurts your campaign in general. Not like it hurts because you got hurt, but it hurts your stats no matter what. What about Ferguson for Shaheed? Shaheed's like just such like so up and down to me that I feel like Ferguson like deserves more right now because tight ends have been so shitty and he's actually been so consistent at tight end. So I would only sell him to someone who really wants to buy a tight end. Like, don't even think about, I'm going to trade Ferguson for this guy. You're probably just going about it the wrong way. Like, you need to go see who is super desperate for tight end. Like, super desperate for tight end. Their team sucks, you know, all that kind of stuff. Like, that's who you got to find. Like, don't just go trade for a player that you want. You need to try to find your trade partner. That's what you got to do. And it can happen. I know you can find that team that really, really, really needs a tight end because a lot of people really, really, really need a tight end. And once you find those couple teams, then you narrow it down to like the guy that you would really want to trade for once you find those couple teams. So that's really what it is, just narrowing it down a little bit. Joel, what up? How much fab would you use in a deep 12-man league if you had Kyren and someone just dropped Blake Corum? If it's redraft, I'm not using that much. Couple bucks. Like, I doubt anybody is going to spend any kind of money on Corum. Are you talking about like redraft or dynasty? You're talking dynasty, that makes a difference. If you're talking dynasty, you got to spend a decent percentage. DD Red Solo, Brian Thomas Jr. for Devontae Adams 1-for-1. I don't think so. I would just hold. West, Brian Thomas Jr. start over Zay and Higgins. Not this week versus the Bears. Like, I like him over Christian Kirk, but I'm nervous about the wide receivers against the Bears because wide receivers just don't get off versus the Bears. Dawson Knox a drop in dynasty. I don't think he's a drop in dynasty, but he would be like one of the last guys on my bench who would be very close to the chopping block. Yes. Camden, what up? Just trade Olave, Dowdle, and Eckler for Walker, Devontae Adams. Where do you think Adams goes? You know, I really don't know. Like, my initial gut reaction when everybody asked where's Adams going like 2 weeks ago, you know, when all this started getting brought up, I was like, man, he's not going to go nowhere. I was like, watch, the Raiders are going to fumble the ball. They're going to want too much for him or something. And like, he's just going to end up staying there and be miserable. And I still legit think that that's the more likely scenario, and it sucks. And I don't think the Jets is the answer. Everyone wants him to go to the Jets because of Aaron Rodgers, but the Jets are such a fucked organization. Like, I doubt he even wants to go there. And at the end of the day, it's not even his choice. And Joel said dynasty. Sorry. Oh, okay. So dynasty. That's a horse of a different color. I would probably throw down It's crazy that if it's such a deep league, like how is he even dropped? But I'd probably drop 30, I'd say 30 to 50%, somewhere in there for Quorum. Because, like, you know, if it's a really deep dynasty, that means guys like him aren't coming up, right? So yeah, I would do that. Like 30 to 50, and probably even leaning closer to 50%. G Baby 99, what up? On Twitch, new follower. What up? What up? Start Hurts over Purdy this week. And what do you think? So who's the Eagles got again? Why am I spacing on that? The Eagles got the Browns. I would I want to hear more. Like, what sucks is that you got to make the choice by tomorrow. I want to know the practice status for AJ Brown and Devonta Smith on Wednesday and Thursday before I make this final decision. So make sure you come back, G Baby. I know you're a new follower. I go live every single morning and come back every single day and ask this question. But I want to know. I'm going to say Hurts for right now. Actually, I'm going to say Purdy for right now. Sorry. I'm going to say Purdy for right now. And then I want to hear the practice reports on AJ Brown and Devonta Smith. Because if both of them, if they get full goes at practice, I'm starting Hurts. Like, once those guys are back, we're starting Hurts again, you know? So, yep, Purdy as of today, but it could change. And Pam said, yeah, that's what I think. Yeah. Raiders suck. Like, they figure out a way to fumble the ball a lot. Hey, infinite possibilities in the house. What up? What up? You made it back. We're about to get back into the starts and sits. We get it right in time. Here we go. Got Dak and Carr, picked up Rattler. He's the guy, right? Nah. I mean, you're talking dynasty, right? Like, I know you're playing a lot of dynasty. If it's dynasty, like, I mean, you should have him on your squad, yeah. But Derek Carr's missing 2 weeks, and that's it. They got tough matchups over these next 2 weeks with the Bucks this week, and then they got the Broncos on Thursday Night Football. It's just not good either way for whoever the quarterback's going to be. Tomas, I snatched Bigsby and Tracy off waivers. Nice, but I couldn't get to the Chargers, Atlanta, Vegas, Tennessee, Jacksonville left. Who do you prefer? Those are all bad. Like, that's it. If I'm forced to choose from one of these, I'll say the Jaguars. If you're forcing me, I really don't like it. I really don't. Yeah, and that answer could change, so make sure you're coming back, Tomas. Shout out to Panama. All right, here we go. Next game on the slates, we got the Tampa Bay Bucks going over to face those New Orleans Saints. And Baker Mayfield, it's going to be a tough matchup for him. Superflex, you're starting him. Single QB, I'm going to put him in as a starter as well. Their backfield, that's been the biggest issue out of everything here, has been their backfield. Running on the Saints in the first 2 games of the season, it wasn't really that easy, but over the last 3 weeks, teams have actually been going off a little bit on the ground. I like Bucky Irving more than Rachaad White because of the goal line work that they've been giving Bucky Irving. So if I'm going to start either one, I would say, like, if I had both on my team, it'd probably be Bucky Irving, but I think both are good enough to at least be flex plays or at least contention for your flex start this week because of the matchup. Now the wide receivers, though, the guys who've been really thriving. It sucks, man, because Mike Evans always gets shut down by Marshawn Lattimore. Like, it's like Marshawn Lattimore. He's got that circled every year, twice on his calendar, and he goes to work and he shuts down Mike Evans. So I know that there's been some people who are like, man, you told me to sit Mike Evans and he killed it. Marshawn Lattimore, man, you got to have some balls if you're going to play him. I'm lock and loaded Chris Godwin, like, out of the slot. He should be fine. Mike Evans, I'm not going to start some bum over him or some random flex play like dart throw. I'm going to play Mike Evans over like guys like that. But if you're in an 8-man league or 10-man league, you probably got some decisions to make with whether you're going to start Mike Evans or not. But I'm leaning on starting him even in the bad matchup. K. Dotton. This would be the game to play him. Expect a lot of targets versus the Saints. And because Mike Evans is going to be in for this tough game against Marshawn Lattimore, that's another reason why we expect more targets at a K. Dotton. So amongst the shitty tight end landscape, K. Dotton is a start for me this week. Now to the Saints side of things. We must address the elephant in the room. It is Derek Carr. They said he's expected to miss week 6 and week 7. Week 7, they play on Thursday night versus the Broncos, so it wasn't going to be a good game for him anyways. Now we got Mr. Jake Heener or Mr. Spencer Rattler. And you got to sit both. Don't even pick them up. Let someone else pick them up. Even in Superflex, not excited about it. 2 tough matchups in a row. Alvin Kamara. This sucks because when your QB starts sucking, then that means your run game starts sucking because you start stacking the box. And the thing that sucks about this game in general is the Bucs are already one of the toughest defenses against the running back. So if you are super injured at running back and you got no options, of course you're starting Alvin Kamara, but I'm leaning on sitting him. But I know it's probably easier said than done to actually sit a guy like Kamara because of options that you do not have. It's not going to be Derek Carr, Chris Olave, Rashid Shaheed. We got to sit him. We got to sit him. Rashid Shaheed gets all of his money on the deep ball. I have no confidence in Hainer or Rattler being able to throw the deep ball. Chris Olave, maybe, they pepper him a lot because he is going to be like, the guy just doing the short routes and intermediate routes and all that kind of stuff. But I'm leaning on sitting on Chris Olave. It really sucks. And then Juwanna Man Johnson, Foster Moreau, maybe there'll be an outlet for these guys, but I really don't want to play them at all. So it's going to be all bad for the Saints without Derek Carr for these next 2 games. So all your Saints, I would say just almost blindly bench for the next 2 weeks. I mean, it's a tough matchup versus the Bucs, and next week versus the Broncos, it's even way tougher than what it is this week. So Saints, sucks to be you for the next 2 weeks. It really does. All right. Okay. Let's see the chat before we get into the next one. GG baby, keep Mark Andrews or keep Pat Fryermuth? Who's better? Pat Fryermuth's been better. Mark Andrews sucks. Just drop his ass. Crispy, some drunk unicorn would like to chat with me. You know who that is? That's Marco, right? Pretty sure that's Marco. Cooler Hand, what up? Higgins or Flowers? Ooh. I am going to say Flowers. I'm gonna say Higgins. It's tough. Joel, would you start Brian Thomas this week over Kirk? If those are literally the only 2 choices, Kirk or Brian Thomas Jr., yes, I like Brian Thomas Jr. more than Kirk. I feel like Kirk is going to get the toughest cornerback matchup no matter what. And I feel like he might get a safety over top of him at least a few times. And I don't like that. Cooler Hand, Kraft or Laporta? Leaning Laporta. Kind of a toughish matchup for both guys. Taysom Hill about to explode. I mean, he's got to play. I don't know if his ribs are going to allow him. And Nerd Alert just lost Nico in both of my leagues. Bro, sucks, man. Sucks. Hopefully this will make you laugh. Yep, exactly, David. Start Kamara, but temper those expectations. David said my wide receivers looking like Deontay Johnson, Pickens, Wandale, Ridley, Tolbert. Who do I start and flex? Ridley and Pickens. Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons not practicing today. And Lipsy, James Cook hasn't practiced. Who's the backup? Ty Johnson and Ray Davis. Jesse, I dropped Wicks for Hunt. Was that a bad move? Hell no. That was a great move. Abraham, what up? Should I trade K9 and Ladd for Olave and Swift? No, I don't want to trade for Olave right now with no Derek Carr. DD Red, so how do you feel about starting both Chase and Higgins in the flex? I mean, it's a tough-ish matchup versus the Giants, but I'm not mad at it. Not mad at it at all. Nerd alerts, I love that sound. Brings you back, right? And then they got to go talk to the person. So tell us what you think. Is Polk a good scoop off of waivers? It depends on who you'd be dropping for him. He's okay, but Bucks or Denver? Bucks, but like Denver's like right there. Del Max says, hey, I just got sent a trade. My Brian Robinson and lot 2 plus a third for Brian Thomas, Trayvon Walker in a second. Should I do it? Only problem is my other running backs are Kyren and Hunt are on bye. I really don't like Trayvon Walker. I really don't. Yeah. I don't want to trade like up for him in any capacity. And like, would I rather have Brian Thomas Jr. than Brian Robinson for Dynasty? Like, yeah, but I'm not super like wanting to sell on Brian Robinson for Dynasty. Just, I don't know. I feel like I reworked that trade. Fletcher said I just did the Brees trade. Congrats, bro. Hope it gets you a championship. And Down Max and my other wide receivers are JSN, Marvin, and Downs. I mean, definitely need help. And, because JSN and Downs aren't really that great, but I don't know. I like Latu way more than Trey Walker long term. Abraham said choose 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Ridley, Lockett, Dubs, Allen, Javante, McConkey. Ridley and Lockett and Javante for the flex. I mean, yeah, it's kind of rough. DD Red Solo, I traded Najee and Jalen Reed for Brees last week. Did I mess up? I don't know if you messed up, but you probably paid more than you should have for Brees at the time, because like I feel like people are trying to like sell low like on him. But no, I don't think you made the wrong move trading for Brees. Now with them getting rid of Salah, I'm sure better days ahead. Olave or Tolbert. I mean, it's tough to say Tolbert over Olave, but it's probably where I lean. Who should I flex between these 5? D. Smith. I mean, we don't know if he's playing yet. Bigsby, Shaheed, J-Mo, Dell. I mean, it's either J-Mo or Devonta Smith, and I'll just say J-Mo for right now. And if Devonta Smith ends up getting a full go or like anything like that where we know he's going to play, might be leaning him. Pam said Shaheed or Spears. I'm just going to sit Shaheed for everybody, like almost anybody. It sucks, man. DD Red Saw, the thing I liked about Robert Saleh. The thing is, I liked Robert Saleh, but the Jets offense was moving like a rock this year. I like the player coaches, though. I mean, I'm not saying he can't be a head coach, but what I'm saying is I feel like he probably made some decisions as made some bad decisions as a head coach, and like, you know, the defense super on point and everything that they're doing over there. Like if he's just a DC, he'd be looking like the stud, you know, right now, not the guy who's on the chopping block. Because it wasn't even their offensive coordinator who's on the chopping block. Like, wasn't Hackett. And Frizzell said, just a thought to drop Ridley. The head coach comes out and talks about Ridley getting more involved. Yeah, I mean, they didn't pay him all this money. I mean, yeah, people are cutting bait on certain guys just a little bit too early. Okay, let's see. All right, we got to keep going with the starts and sits. And Craig Patrick, what do you think about packaging my RB3 Mixon and my RB3 Olave for CD? I mean, I like it if you can make that happen. Easier said than done, I'm sure. Next game that we got on the slate here should be one of the more fun games in the early Sunday games. We got the Commanders going up against the Ravens. They're usually the Commandos, but they're the ones catching people with their pants down now. It's a little crazy. Jaden Daniels, I'm going to say start him. Ravens have been a little bit iffy about defending the quarterback. Ravens have been a little bit iffy about defending everything except for the running backs. But we got Brian Thomas Jr. and we got Austin Eckler. Both guys can catch the ball. In the beginning of the year, they were like his most targeted like pass catchers. And I feel like in a game like this, both of them going to be getting a lot of pass work. So I'd feel like I'd start both of them just because of that reason. They both get 5 or 6 receptions, which we've already seen them do that in a game before or more. And they're going to be both at least viable RB2s or flex options nonetheless. Whoa. Okay. Now the wide receivers, I feel like the only one that we're starting is Scary Terry. And I feel like I don't want to sit Scary Terry anymore. Yeah, fire him up. Zach Ertz. I'm going to play him versus the Ravens because the Ravens are giving up some of the most points to tight ends out of any team out there. So, yeah, Zach Ertz in this one, play him. It's crazy because every video, I don't even think I'm going to like start 10 or 12 tight ends. But, yeah, Zach Ertz, play him. I'll get back to the chat in one sec, guys. Now over to the Ravens. You're starting Lamar Jackson. You're starting Derrick Henry. And good matchup for both guys here. I know that the Commandos versus, they look like the 85 Bears when they were playing the Browns, you know, let's be honest. But their defense is good, middle of the road, maybe a little bit above average, whatever. But this is one of the more high-powered offenses in the league when they want to be. And when everything's clicking, Lamar, you start him. Derrick Henry, you start him. Zay Flowers, I'm going to start him, especially after what he did last week. But the one thing that makes me a little bit nervous is if it's a game where Derrick Henry can completely get off against that team and the Commandos, I mean, they've gone through little spurts of not being able to defend the running back like too well. So if Derrick Henry completely goes off like he did 2 weeks ago, might not be a good game for Zay Flowers. So that's one of the things that sucks for Zay Flowers. But I'm starting him. Rashad Bateman, I'm only starting him in deeper leagues, but he has been getting enough targets to where even in a deep league, you know, or maybe a deeper dynasty or whatever, he might be worth starting. But I'm still leaning on sitting him and Nelson Aguilar, not messing with him. Mark Andrews, I can't believe that if you go and look at their depth chart, they still have Mark Andrews as the number 1. I know for fantasy, we know who the number 1 is over there. So you better not be starting Mark Andrews. Don't even ask if you should start him anymore. You either drop him or you just leave him on your bench until he actually does something that's going to make him worth a start. The Mark Andrews that we've known in the past is dead. Okay. There's a totally new Mark Andrews who just blocks his ass off. Isaiah Likely, it's a tough matchup versus the Commandos, but I'm going to start him because there's so many shitty tight ends. It's like, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to say to start 10 this week. So I will start Isaiah Likely for that reason because everybody sucks in the tight end game. On to the next. All right, there we go. All right, let me see. Where did I leave off at the chat? What up, Sexy Jerry? Dynasty, I have 0 picks this year and only a first next year. My team is top 3 in the league. I was offered 2 firsts and 2 seconds for Devontae, Will Levis, and CJ Stroud. Do I do it? My QBs are Baker and Field. No. Pains me to say no because I do not want to give up CJ Stroud. Keep CJ Stroud. Do that. I would say the person who's trying to trade you, if they need a quarterback, figure out what to get for Will Levis by himself. Fuck everybody else because you're third right now. Your team is top 3. You're trying to go for a championship right now. You don't want to move pieces that take away from your starters. Not right now. Not for just picks. Like when you're going for it, you should. I mean, I know you have no picks, but it's like, you should be trading Levi's for a first or a second or whatever. And then you use that pick to go get somebody else who could actually potentially start like on your team. Not at QB, but Crispy said Goff worth a first plus. Yeah, definitely. Especially in our type of leagues that we play in the super flex. Yeah, definitely. Big Mac Brad, what up? Check out the big brain on Brad. I got JT and Sermon. Should I keep the handcuff for this week against Tennessee or drop Sermon for Tracy or Tank? I mean, it's going to be a bad game for Sermon either way. And we don't know when JT is going to come back. If you're dropping Sermon to play one of those two, I would do it. If you're dropping for like luxury, I would probably just hold. If that makes sense. Pam says making me want to vomit. It's not fun. It's not fun. Dow Mac said, oh yeah, and I have personal Marshawn Lloyd taking up my IR spots, but with Wilkins going on IR bye weeks, which one would be better to drop? Lloyd, probably. Redraft, right? What up, Millie Mills? Zach says start Ferguson or McBride. McBride. Millie Mills. Damn, yo, I dropped Dell last week. Last week can't he says wide receiver 2. I mean, I don't know. He's a wide receiver 2/3. We'll see. We'll see if he's the wide receiver 2. So I'm good on wide receiver though. Don't worry about it then. Said, but he was a flex option at least. But I did get Juju off waivers this week. Well, there you go. I mean, he's still going to be in flex contention for your team. And Daniel, what up? Trade Allen for Daniels. I just don't like making trades like that. Quarterback for quarterback, wide receiver for wide receiver. I don't like making trades just like that. If you want to cheer for Daniels more than you want to cheer for Allen, yes, just go ahead and do it. Because that's kind of the only reason why I'd really condone making a trade like that. Other than that, we want to be more calculated with our trades. And Camden, what up? Drop or keep Wicks for Juju, Bigsby, and 12-man. Should I drop them for either one? If you need a wide receiver more, get Juju. You need a running back more, get Bigsby. But I'd drop him in a New York minute for either one of them. Zach says start 2 out of Zay, Pollard, and Wicks. Pollard and Flowers. I don't want to start Wicks. He's droppable to me. He's going to be so much of a fucking headache. Let someone else deal with that headache. He's going to be so much of a headache. Let someone else deal with that headache for real. Because the only reason we liked him is because of the injury that happened. And then even when Dubs did not play, Wicks didn't get shit. And he drops the ball like way too much for my liking. Dynasty, I have him in. Okay. D. Red Soul trade Najee and Mooney for Nico. I don't trade Najee at all. I don't trade Najee at all. About to drop Najee for a backup tight end. I mean, the thing that sucks is Mooney's been on fire, so I understand the logic, but like, why drop Najee though? Like, there's nobody else on your team. Like, how many teams are in this league? I know you want Nico like so bad, like just go ahead and trade for him if you want him like that bad, but like, why would you want to trade for him like literally the second that he goes on IR when we got to wait at least minimum 4 games that he's going to miss? and you want to trade him just to house him like on your IR for the 4 weeks, like if it's dynasty, like of course, like I mean, I'd be saying make that trade, like you should have already made it. But if you're talking redraft, like I mean, 4 weeks of the season is a lot. That's like 20. That's more than 25% of the regular season. Spencer, what up? I got Jane Daniels as my QB. Should I trade Olave for McLaurin? I don't like trading wide receiver for wide receiver of similar value. So I'm just going to say no. Unless you just really want to trade, unless you really want to cheer for McLaurin, but you don't need my, go. You don't need my opinion to like just because you want to cheer for someone better. Both guys similarly valued. But yeah, Olave not going to have Derek Carr for at least 2 weeks, so that sucks. Just said, would you rather have Dak or CJ? Probably Dak. Still close, though. Nerd alert. Is Trey Sermon still a go? Yeah, but he's got like one of the toughest matchups this week out of every running back, so that's not too good. Jay said Olave, Zach Moss, Tank Dell, Bigsby. I have Chase Brown too. I'll pick one for the flex. Probably Chase Brown. He'll say Zach Hutchinson kid came in last week when Nico went down and was getting more targets than Dell, so I don't feel too bad. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I think that Hutchinson is just more of a similar wide receiver to Nico because yeah, he went in and he was like in the Nico role, right? It's not like they put Tank Dell like in the Nico role, so that's tough. And Jesse Wick's probably going to have a good game this week. He's up and down, though. Yeah, and, like, even versus the Cardinals, like, Cardinals have been up and down at, like, even allowing wide receivers to do well against them. So, yeah, it's a headache that I don't even want to have for a guy who can't fucking catch, like, as well. That's another thing, too. If he didn't drop so many balls, like, I wouldn't, like, hate him this much. But he's going to drop a really big touchdown, and you're just going to be like, man, I knew I should have got rid of this motherfucker like weeks ago, like it's going to happen. It's going to happen. DD Red Solo 10-man work league, heavy on running back. Najee is my best drop unless you want me dropping AR5, only a backup quarterback. I mean, I would much rather drop in a 10-man league a quarterback that I think sucks balls versus a running back that someone is going to go pick up right away. If someone picks up AR5, good riddance to them. Like that you just got rid of your problem and gave it to someone else, and they took it willingly. So yes, I would definitely drop Anthony Richardson. But you guys know how I feel about Anthony Richardson. I've never wavered from how I've thought about him from when he was drafted and the process going in from the combine to the draft and all that. You've never heard me waver from the way that I think about him. It's always been the same. And Gucci said traded JSN and Eckler for Pollard and Josh Downs. Don't have any running backs. If you don't have any running backs, why'd you trade a running back for a running back and a wide receiver for a wide receiver? So I probably just would have said to like do this a little bit different because I always ask like, why are you making this trade? Like, what are you improving? And like, yeah, you improved your running back spot, but then, and maybe you did. I mean, Pollard, he's been so up and down, but then you downgraded your wide receiver. So it's like, yeah, you did good over here, but then you did bad over here. And so you're like, still kind of like in the middle, that's the tough part. Spencer said double up with Jaden Daniels though. That's the thing though. Like you can't think like that because everybody is their own person, And so like, yes, does Jaden Daniels need or does McLaurin need Daniels to like throw a touchdown for him to get the touchdown? 9 times out of 10 or 99 times out of 100, yes, I'm sure. But there could be games that Jaden Daniels doesn't throw it to McLaurin at all. We've seen it happen. Do I think that that's going to keep happening? Like, no. But like other than the reason why I want to trade to get McLaurin for Olave is because of the 2 weeks that's going to be coming up. That'll be bad for Olave with the backup quarterback. But I hate making wide receiver trades for wide receiver trades. Hate making running back trades for running back trades. As my wide receiver core elite, Shakir, Devontae Adams, Ayuk, Drake London, Kirk, now Downs. It's not elite, but I mean, it's good. DD, I'm confident I'll make the playoffs, so I want to buy low and be ready. So I'm throwing out offers on all injuries except CMC. Yeah, I mean, do it. Don't trade starters though. Like, don't trade your locked and loaded starters. What up, Jamie? What's going down, bro? Shout out to Big Game James. What up? Camden said, who you see being the best long-term option off waivers? Adunze, Juju, Sutton. For this year, probably Juju. Yeah, it sucks. Billy Mills said, fuck AR. Yeah, man. I mean, it's shitty. Brazil said, why doesn't Houston want to tell us what's going on with Mixon? Is it some sort of strategy like screw the fans, I guess? No. Really, they're just only required they're only required to give the information that they're giving. So some coaches, they don't play the game when it comes to talking about like certain guys' injuries. And yeah, they're not playing that game at all. Like they're keeping it very very tongue in cheek, and it sucks. It sucks. Andres, he says, smoke up. Let's get it. And he said, who'd you play at QB, Hurts or Geno? I would be playing. I'm gonna say Geno as of now, but I want to hear the practice reports on AJ Brown and Devonta Smith today and tomorrow, and you'll get all those before the game actually starts. If AJ Brown and Devonta Smith seem like they're playing in this game, I'm going to be playing Hurts over Geno. And Celtics, what up? Said PPR 10 teams trade CD Lamb, Zay Flowers, Josh Downs, Tucker Kraft for Amon-Ra, Xavier Worthy, Dave Montgomery, and Pittman. Insights. It's like you traded Amon-Ra for CD and then have a bunch of like things like thrown in like on that. And like, I don't like it because I don't want to like trade CD for Amon-Ra. I want to get them on the same team. And I know that's easier said than done, but yeah, I don't like it. There's too many moving pieces here. Like that's the thing. There's like so many variables like with fantasy football, and it's like, there's like just so many things that could like that could hurt your team, like maybe even more than it helps it. Because how do we know who's going to be better out of CD Lamb and Amon-Ra? One thing that I do know is Amon-Ra already had his bye. So, like, I know that you said you got them, so that's, like, the good part out of that. But, like, Xavier Worthy, like, I don't know. It's too many questions, and I don't want to trade CD Lamb for Amon-Ra. Like, that's the big thing. I want to get them both on the same team somehow. And Lipsy, Murray or Purdy? Murray. And Millie Mills said, you like Houston D against Drake May? Yep, they're my top streaming defense of the week. And they were my top streaming defense of the week before I even knew that it was going to be Drake May. And DD Red Solo, Mooney or Worthy rest of the season? Mooney. Leaning Worthy just because of Pat Mahomes in case he wants to establish the run. Worthy will keep the deep threat and play action. Mooney looks incredible. Yeah, that's why I'd be leaning Mooney out of those two for sure. Worthy's kind of a one-trick pony who doesn't get a lot of volume right now. And Frizzle said, part of me wants to trade away Mixon only because I'm 1-4 and I can't afford to keep waiting. But part of me is like Mixon could win, carry me to the playoffs. I really think that he gets back this week. The only thing that I have to go off of that is that he got into limited practice last Friday, and that was like the most that he practiced since the injury. So hopefully this week is the week that he comes back. And appreciate you for the super chat, Chase. You the man. You the man. All right, let's get back to the starts and sits. All right, what is this? Jacob said flex JSN, Shakir, Felthy, Pittman Jr., Flacco starts, Bucky Irving, Chase Brown. I think I'm leaning Chase Brown as of now, but that really could that really could change. It's like it's Chase Brown or JSN, and I'm leaning Chase Brown over JSN. Pittman, even if it is Flacco, he's got L'Jarius Sneed, so he's in for a tough week either way. Could just be a sit day for Mixon. since he hasn't been spotted at practice today. It could be, but it's not. That's not looking good. He should have got at least a limited. He should have got in at least a limited today. Millie Mills, that last game showed me where he's a JMO type guy. Someone has to be the possession wide receiver in that offense other than Kelsey. That's why Juju's such a priority for me. Yeah, I mean, because of lack of options, like for sure. All right, here we go. We are moseying down the road, and we've made it to the Cardinals, going up against the Packers. Feel like most of these guys, we're just kind of blindly starting now. Like Kyler Murray, even in a single QB, I feel like he's too good to sit now. You got to play him. James Conner. Packers are already one of the better run defenses to deploy your running backs against. So, yes, start James Conner. Marvin Harrison Jr., he's already got to this level where, yeah, we're really not sitting him. Jair Alexander hasn't played the last 2 weeks. I don't know if he's going to be coming back this week, but if he comes back, I know he likes to shadow like the top guys more often than not. If he shadows Marvin Harrison Jr., that would be really tough. I still don't want to start Michael Wilson or Greg Dortch. Those guys are like way too fluky for me. And then Trey McBride, of course, man, we are starting Trey McBride. Packers, they're one of the teams that give up a little bit of booty to the tight end, and we're going to exploit that matchup. Let's go. All right. Just checking something real quick here. All right. There we go. Packers. There we go. Now to the home team side of things. Jordan Love, Mr. Unsittable. Yeah, we're starting him. That's for sure. Josh Jacobs, I feel like you always got to start him. He gets like way too much volume. And with all of the bye weeks and all the injuries, like, yeah, he's got to be a start. Jaden Reed is an auto start for me here. Everybody else, I have a little bit of cause to pause. Christian Watson is probably not going to play this week. Devontavian Wicks. I mean, that was a cool 1 week experiment, but like he's going to be way too up and down. Romeo Dubs, it was only a 1 week suspension for him, but I get a little bit nervous about him. And maybe, being the squeaky wheel, maybe he gets a little bit of grease, but he just got suspended for 1 game because of like how he was crying about this whole situation. So I really don't like it at all. Tucker Kraft, I probably will start because the tight end landscape is just so bad that, yeah, I feel like I got to start him. And it's not like the Cardinals have been like shutting down tight ends tremendously or anything. All right. Where did I leave off at? Isn't Drake London the ATL possession guy and Mooney the speed threat? Yeah, kind of, but like there's been games where Mooney's gotten more targets, so sometimes it's not always as clear cut and defined as that. As like this person's this and this person's this. Sometimes it's not always defined like that. And Crispy said no, Shaheed with car out. I don't want to. Sean's, I don't quite understand the starter versus sit things. Well, he said it just looks like the starters and the backups. Well, yeah, because I go through each team. I'm going through each team individually. So I'm just giving my thoughts on each matchup, each player, on each team pretty much. What up, Ken? Starting Love over Burrow. I don't know. I think I'm sticking with Burrow. Sean says, so the depth chart of each team, we're deciding if the guys we're starting on our own teams. Correct. Yes. Yeah, not if they're going to start in an NFL game. I have that up just so we can see if there's questionable people. It makes it to where it's a little bit easier for me to edit, and it's still something on screen where people can see the names that I'm talking about. I'm just typing questions in the chat because by the time it shows up on the stream, it means it's time to check my food before it burns. Let's get it. Xavier Hutchinson or Tank Dell now that Collins is out for Toker 1J. I'm leaning Hutchinson, but it's pretty close. Okay. Now we got the Colts and the Titans next. Yeah, I got to speed this up. Because I always say I need to make it faster than 4 hours, but I have too much fun smoking and talking with you guys. All righty. We got a divisional matchup here in the AFC South. The Colts going over to Tennessee to play the Titans. Anthony Richardson and Jonathan Taylor. On a Wednesday morning, these guys are question marks. I would only start the QB if it's Flacco. I really don't want to start Richardson against anybody right now. So I'll play Flacco if he plays. If it's Richardson, I'm not playing him. The running backs. I really don't think JT is going to play. I really think he misses 1 or 2 more weeks. That being said, Trey Sermon's going to be the guy, and I really don't want to start him versus the Titans. It all depends on who you have, but I'm leaning on sitting Sermon versus the Titans. Michael Pittman Jr. also leaning on sitting versus the Titans. Doesn't matter who the quarterback is because he's going against L'Jarius Sneed. Josh Downs, Alec Pierce. If it's Joe Flacco, I would consider starting as flexes. And then Mo Alley. If you play Mo Alley, he's going to be Mo Alley small. So don't do it. Not this week. Not this matchup specifically. All right. Other side of the ball. The Tennessee Titans. It is very ugly on this side of the ball, I must tell you. And Will Levi's sitting. Tony Pollard, I'll play, but it's a good matchup for him. It sucks that his quarterback sucks and that a lot of times teams stack the box against him, really hurts him, but I will start Tony Pollard. I'd even start Tajay Spears in certain situations, depending on who you have, more of like a flex guy, because the Colts have just been so bad at defending the run. Calvin Ridley, I will play in this matchup. DeAndre Hopkins, fringe flex. He's a fringe flex guy. I'm leaning on sitting, but in certain situations, I potentially would start him just depending on who your other options were. And Chig, we're not starting any tight ends for the Titans. It's bad. It's all bad over there for the Titans tight ends. All right, let's see. And DD Red Solo's like going 4 hours. Holy, I'm high as hell. Yeah, bro. 3 hours and 37 minutes that I've been going right now. And Pam, how do you feel about dropping Carson Steele in Almost Dino? I would. Yeah. And Zach said in the league, I have ETN, also have Bigsby. Which one do I start? I think that you're going to start both if you can. I'll still start ETN over Bigsby. You start Bigsby or pick up Dowdle. If you pick up Dowdle, do you have to drop Bigsby? Because I would pick him up. John said, got Cousins and Richardson. Should I trade Geno and Olave for Lamb? Yeah. I'd much rather trade Richardson and Olave for Lamb, but yeah, I would trade Geno and Olave for Lamb. Zach says Xavier Legette droppable. Yeah, in redraft, yes. He's hurt. And like that's the thing that sucks. Like Dynasty, yeah, you're not dropping him, but redraft, if you need to pick up someone to play, I'm okay dropping him. Turk 1J, thanks, man. I'm gonna sit Shakir, play both Dell and Hutch. Oh man, doubling up. Let's get it. Frizzle, safe to start Ridley over Olave. Yes, with no car. Yeah. Jonathan Taylor playing this week? I don't think so. I'm no doctor, and I don't have much news on it because it's only Wednesday. But he wasn't at practice. He was not at practice today. Lipsy said starting the flex. Higgins, Terry, Amari. Leaning Higgins right now. Crispy said I don't own Carr in any leagues, maybe best ball. Dang. Impressive. I got Carr in a couple dynasties. I would say, yeah, I would need to drop Bigsby for Rico. I'd probably hold them. Papa J, I drop Leggett for Polk and redraft. We'll see how it works. We'll see how it goes. Drop Akers for Hutchinson. Yes. Uh-huh. And Zach Etienne questionable too. I know he is. It's still Wednesday. We got till Sunday for him specifically. So, my answers could change every day. And I know you know that, but just letting other people know. My answers literally could change every single day based on the type of news that we get. Yeah, do it, Pam. And Toker One Jam gonna miss. Carr's gonna miss 2 weeks. Yeah, yep. Got 2 games in the next 9 or 10 days. So yeah. Leggett over Polk, in my opinion, but I feel you. Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about Leggett's talent. I'm talking about him actually being able to stay healthy. Like it's already like the third or fourth time he's been hurt this year. And we're only in week 5. We're week 6. Brazil start Hutchinson over Leggett and Zay Flowers. I would start Zay Flowers. Like the way that I would do this is Flowers, Hutchinson, Leggett for this week specifically. All right. I need to refill my water. I'm not going to be able to finish going through all this. What do we got? 1, 2, 3. I got 8 more games. I need to refill my water. No way that I make it. And then we're going to be efficient, and I'm going to drain the main vein as well. So I will be back in, I'll be back in like 5 minutes or less. Smoke another bowl. Let's get down to the rest of these starts and sits here. Let me see. Where did I leave off at? Jared, I got offered Pittman for Pitts. Thoughts? Like you get Pittman and you give up Pitts. I'd probably do that. I like Pitt. I mean, Pitts finally had his good game. Like I don't know. Like that's the thing that's kind of tough is like, do we cut bait on him right now or after he had like a good game when I feel like the Falcons offense is going to get better over time? And Sean said, you guys are talking about Xavier Hutchinson on ESPN, says 127 at his position, 0.5% rostered. Yes. That's how slow everybody is to the party. Yes. Nico's on IR. That's why. So I wouldn't drop, like super solidified players for him, but I'd be looking to pick him up like right now. DD Red Soul Chat, do I drop Minnesota defense or play without a defense? 51% favored. You would have to drop the defense, pick them up. Armed Apex, what up? Am I crazy for not trading Puka? The guy's consistently sending me trade offers for him. It's getting annoying. Well, don't let people wear you down with trades. Like the way that you get back at people who are trying to wear you down with trades is just don't respond to the trades at all. Don't decline them. Don't do anything. Just let them sit there. And Sean said only had 3 targets last week. Yeah, but it's Nico. That's what it is. It's Nico going on IR. Hutchinson's one of the next men up. Luvu and Pittman for Puka. Hell no. Puka has a PCL strain that hurts like a mofo. PCL in the back of your knee, scary injury. I think Cup will have a good month playing without Puka before he returns straight up. Yeah, Gus nothing. IDPs to throw in. Yeah, I wouldn't do it. D Red Solo. Who's Luvu? Frankie Luvu, linebacker for the Washington Commandos. He said, oh, no, definitely Puka. Yeah, you'd want more for Puka. Like, even though Puka's probably going to be sitting, till week 9, 10, maybe. I think that's kind of like conservatively what we can assume. I don't think he's coming back before then. Okay, now after this bowl, we got Texans versus Patriots. Um, um, Whew. Yeah, it sucks that with a lot of IDPs, like the IDP leagues, that the IDPs are really just like throw-ins, but a lot of times they are, and it kind of sucks. Because I want them to hold more value, but it's like you have to find the right person to trade with, and it has to be the right players. Like, I still can't believe I traded like Robert Spillane and Patrick Queen last year for Derrick Henry and Zeke. It helped me win a championship last year, and now Zeke's a bum. But Henry, man, I mean, that's still keeping my team thriving like right now, and my team's good enough that I was able to, replace those two starting linebackers with some two other starting linebackers. All right. Texans. Here we go. All righty. We got the Texans going into Foxborough to go take on the Patriots. CJ Stroud, I'm going to play him. Joe Mixon, what a fucking clusterfuck. I don't think that he was at practice on Wednesday morning. That's when I'm recording this. We got to monitor this all week. It sucks. It really does, man. The whole running back situation sucked. And the Patriots, they're not really that good of a team to deploy your running back against. They're pretty stout against defending the run. So follow back this week on if Joe Mixon's playing, you're just going to play him no matter what. In this case, Agumba, Wale, and Akers, it might be those guys again. It might be those guys again. And I feel like if I got to start like one of those two, it's going to be Goomba. I don't know if you guys got the news. I'm recording this pretty early on a Wednesday morning, and Nico Collins went on the IR. Gonna suck. He's gonna be out at least 4 weeks. And during those 4 weeks, Stephon Diggs, pretty much an auto start against the Patriots. I am a little bit nervous because I feel like they've gone against each other so much. They might know how to defend him like really, really well. And Patriots do a good job of taking away the number one option sometimes. So I'm a little bit nervous about Diggs, but I'm still starting him no matter what. And then Tank Dell. Everyone is super excited about Tank Dell. I'm not saying that he's not going to get an uptick in anything, but I am saying that the way that they use him, I bet the Patriots can take him out very easily, scheme him out. I'm not saying don't start him. I'd start him over like a lot of random flex people. But I'm just saying, like, I feel like the Patriots can really scheme him out of the game. And I feel like the guy who came in last week, he got an uptick in snap percentage, an uptick in everything. Xavier Legette. Fuck, I'm so high, Xavier Legette. Xavier Hutchinson. He's not on a lot of people's radar right now because he really hasn't done shit. He was the number 4 on their team, sometimes maybe even the number 5 behind like Robert Woods, like it would seem at times. But now with no Nico, it is going to be those 3 who are getting the majority of the snaps because Houston runs a shitload of 3 wide receiver sets. And I know there's going to be, so Hutchinson, I would start him as kind of like a dart throw flex, but I'm just saying he needs to be someone that you pick up no matter what, whether you start him or not, go pick him up, because if he does end up getting any kind of like Nico role, like in this, you're going to wish that you had him. And next week, he could be the biggest thing going on the waiver wire. So pick him up right now. And there's a lot of people who are like, oh, Nico's out. So that means Dalton Schultz to the moon, right? I really don't think so. I'm not saying he's not going to get an uptick in usage and anything. And one of the ways that you can actually, move the ball on the Patriots is through the tight end. So this week specifically, I would say go ahead and start him, but I'm not expecting some huge game like out of him either. So we got to temper the expectations. And I'd say more often than not, Dalton Schultz is going to be a sit. But because I think I've only said to start like 4 or 3 tight ends so far, I feel like Dalton Schultz is one of those guys I would deploy because the Patriots, they're like exactly middle of the road at defending the tight end. So it's not a bad matchup. It's not a good one. Kind of just blah right in the middle. All right, 1 second, guys. Let me get the Patriots side of things, and I'll get back to the chat. Now to the home team, the Patriots. Drake May, he's going to be starting. Brissett, he's been sucking. Their line's been sucking. Drake May, I assume in week 1 will suck. The Texans, I mean, they're kind of middle of the road in giving up points to the tight end, unless you're Josh Allen, and then they completely shut you down. So Drake May in his opening debut, even in the super flex, I don't really want to start him. Ramondre Stevenson. Now this kind of sucks because the Texans have been really stout against the running backs. I feel like I'm not going to start some scrub over Ramondre, but Ramondre is more of like a flex guy for me. Ramondre is more of like a flex guy for me for sure this week than any kind of like locked and loaded like RB2. I hate the matchup. Everybody should. Now to the wide receivers. I don't like Drake May this week, and in turn, I don't like any of his wide receivers. Whoever's lined up on Derek Stingley's side of the ball is going to be in for a really tough game. And now that Kendrick Bourne came back, I mean, that made it a little bit, muddied the waters a little bit for a guy like DeMario Douglas, who, if Polk was getting taken out of the game, he was a guy who was getting schemed a lot. So I just don't like any one of these wide receivers this week. No Polk, no Bourne, no Douglas. Don't even mess with it. But I am very excited to see how they do with Drake May. I'm really excited to see how they do with Drake May and how the offense changes, because Jacoby Brissett, I mean, the offense was broken, stale, any kind of adjective that we can put out there. It was bad. It was bad. And Hunter Henry, you're not starting him. I know he may be the safety blanket, but Houston, they're giving up like the 5th least points to tight end. So it's just really a bad matchup all around for the Patriots. And that's why the Houston Texans, they were my number 1 streaming defense for the week. And for my streaming defenses, it's people under 50% rostered. So go check out those waiver wire ads, because there's going to be some guys on there that you're going to want to pick up. They're on my channel. All right, let's get back to the chat. And then we got the Browns Eagles next. Let's see. Toker 1J, Puka going to be back early November. Yeah, I mean, so like 4 weeks from now. What would that put us at? Around week 10? That's what I said, right? Week 9, 10-ish. Jay Wine, what up? 10 team PPR, 2 RB, 2 wide receiver, 2 flex. So I might be tripping, but Bigsby, Dowdle, and Wright look like almost promising RBs on the waiver. I scooped Bigsby. Yeah, I'd try to scoop Dowdle if you can too. They said I'm sure there's better options than Bateman at wide receiver. Yeah, he sucks. And Sean said, do I drop Jaleel McLaughlin for Bateman and Bateman for Hutchinson? Well, why would you? Oh, so I dropped Jaleel McLaughlin. Oh, yeah. Drop either one of them. Like literally, whichever one you hate less, just drop that person, because I hate them both. Get rid of them. I'd say just drop both of them and go pick up another free agent in addition to Hutchinson. But yes, drop them. And John, what up? Do I drop Cam Akers if Damian Pierce plays? Also, do you think Pierce would get goal line touchdowns? I bet he would get 1 or 2 opportunities, but Pierce failed a lot at the goal line. And so I'm not going to be like any kind of excited about picking up Pierce to start him, hoping that he gets a goal line touchdown. Chase said, would you rather pick up Hutch or Dubs? I kind of lean Dubs still, but man, I mean, if anybody's nervous about him acting all bitch made, I just go Hutchinson. And Toker 1J, single QB. I got 1 man on the bench. Kyler, everyone else is on dry. Damn it. DD Red Solo, you're down bad if you're starting Ramondre. Not really. Because everybody, like all the so-called analysts out there, said he was going to get benched. Like those guys show you they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, right? And everybody heard my take on it. And what did that take show? That I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Because the coach told us what was going to happen. And Armed Apex, the starters are St. Brown, D. Smith, Dunze bench, Downs, Pittman, Bourne. I can't remember what the context of what that was. Send it again if you can. I think no way Puka plays until week 12. I mean, maybe it's like 6 weeks away, right? I mean, they always said a little after midseason, so I'm being hopeful with the potentially week 9, week 10 time frame that I gave. Nice. Chewy said picked up Hutch. Nice. Who'd you drop? Sean said thanks. Wonder why McLaughlin's still 30% rostered. Because people's RBs are all dead. Like that's why everybody's RBs are dead. So it's like, you know, it's like you hold on to these guys because if another one dies in front of them, they're probably going to be the one, you know, who goes in. But yeah, and probably because of last year, people might still be biased towards him from last year. You know, the couple games he did good or whatever. DD Red saw his RB. Yeah. And Millie said, hold up, what what did Dubs do? Dude, you didn't hear you weren't here when I talked about it. So he pretty much told the coaches that he's pissed about his usage and said he wasn't coming to practice. And then he got benched. They suspended him for a game. So I don't know if it was they suspended him for one game and now it's no harm, no foul. But you know, teams suspend you for a game because you're acting bitch made and you miss practice because you're like trying to make demands. It's usually not the way, especially in sports, that you get what you want, right? Like you have to be really good or the team be really desperate to like cave like that. And they suspended his ass real quick for the game. Only one game though. So let's hope that it's water under the bridge at this point. But we can't be too sure. Jonathan said trade Love and Brian Robinson for Bijan. I have Stroud as my other QB. I'm okay with it because it's a single QB. I still do feel like you're overpaying for Bijan though. And Jay Wine said Harrison, Montgomery, Richardson, Connor, Kamara. And then what, bro? Kamara, Connor, B-Rob, Hunt, yeah. Let me see. And so what was it? How many was it to start? 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 2 flex. You got to start 6 out of all these guys. Right? Like how many am I picking from the top? Just throw it in again. How many am I picking from the top? Took one J, I got no clue, but Elliott for RB2 this week. That sucks. It sucks. Should I trade Zach Moss? If someone will buy, sure. Chewy had a free spot. Perfect. It's always the best when you got a free spot. And Papa J, Cook pops up with a foot and toe injury. Oh man, it's fucking lame. Big Mac Brad, which one should I drop Sermon for? Tank Bisbee or Tracy? Bigsby. Millie said, homie, definitely bitch made. Sounds like got a little jelly or Reed. Yeah, I think so. And Wicks, because like Wicks killed it in that game also. I mean, killed it for Wicks, you know, not for like everybody. Yeah, so yeah, he was acting bitch made and they suspended his ass. They weren't playing that game. Like not at all. They didn't entertain it at all. All right. Here we go. And Turf Toe will get you. Yeah, man. John says, should I start Love over Baker? Ooh. I think I'm gonna start Baker over. I don't know, man. Fuck, it's so close. I want to start both those guys. I don't even want to have to choose. All right, hold on. Let's see who gives up. Let's see. Yeah, I'm starting love. Saints have been pretty nice against defending the Saints were pretty nice against the what's it called? The quarterbacks. And J1. Oh, okay. I'm picking one of each. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense. I was like, wait, how are we gonna do this? So one of each out of the top. Harrison, Monty, Connor. Harrison, Monty, and Connor. Jonathan, other RBs or Gibbs, Dobbins, Najee, Javante. I think I should pair Love with someone else for Bijan. Well, it's Love on why I think you're paying too much. Because Brian Robinson, I mean, even though he's probably scored more points than Bijan this year, Bijan still seems like the upgrade, right? Toker 1 Dubs can go to the Jets without it. Yeah, let's see what happens. CB Dizzle, aside from you being a Reed hater, what's his value right now? I have never been a Reed hater. I am such a Reed advocate. What are you talking about? Let me see. What is it? Well, what's his value in what context? Like, I mean, he's like a wide receiver 2, like mid-level wide receiver 2. Like, that's what I would say his value is right now. And a mid-level wide receiver 2 is like wide receiver 16 to 19, like something like that, like somewhere in there. DD Red Soul trade Najee and Mooney for Devonta. Probably. I mean, you got to be able to. You got to have more. Millie said him crying, getting a fit and change the whole flow of Green Bay offense. Now feel bad for the Wicks owners. I mean, Wicks, you can't feel bad for someone who can't catch when like you're literally getting paid to catch the ball, you know. And J-Way, it's 3 for 2. Oh, it's a trade. Okay. Dude, yeah, you confuse the hell out of me, but I'm glad you're giving me the context and the updates. So it's Harrison, Monty, Richardson, or Kamara and Connor. I don't even consider Richardson in this trade. Okay. Like he makes it worse. He makes me not want that side. But Harrison and Monty for Kamara and Connor. I think I want the Harrison Monty side. And screw Richardson though. Toker 1J, you the man. Thanks for feeding the chat, homie. Chase, I was gonna say I drafted Reed because of us. Yeah, I'm not a Reed hater. I don't know where CB Dizzle. I mean, it's probably a joke, but like, yeah, what happened with? How did I get Reed hate? I got him in a handful of leagues and a shitload of dynasties. The figure report. What up? In need of an RB? Should I trade Jake Ferguson for someone like Tank Bigsby? Bowers as my starting tight end. So I think someone asked this a little bit earlier. I think no, unless you're really desperate for RBs, because I feel like that's just selling too cheap on Ferguson in a tight end landscape where like tight ends suck. Like they really, really suck. And like you have a guy like Ferguson, like I want way more for him because you're going to fix someone's problem and gonna make their team way better. Way better. And Joe, I think he's such a buy low. Well, I mean, you do whatever you like. I know that you just came here and we just met for the first time like 20 minutes ago. But I will tell you, I've been very consistent about Richardson ever since the combine, the draft, all of that. I have a lot of disdain for Richardson, and I don't think that he's a good NFL quarterback. Can he do decent in 4-point passing touchdown leagues because of his rushing work? Yes. But I also think that is going to be the main reason why he gets hurt. And I was already right about that because he literally just got hurt from rushing and not protecting himself. That's my biggest beef with him, and that he's not accurate and that he doesn't make good decisions with the ball. So it's like everything for being an NFL quarterback, he just don't have it, in my opinion. And Tucker, what he said, let's pay this man a whole day. I mean, man, Been here for 4 hours so far. I got to do another bowl. Got to continue. And like, luckily, Vanessa went on a mission with the kids, so I got more time. So that's why I'm not stressing like right this second about still being here. So yeah, we're good. But yeah, anybody who's loving all the answers and everything, if you're on Facebook or if you're on YouTube, hit the $sign, do a super chat. Appreciate you. If you're on Twitch, throw in some bits or subscribe. You know, that's another way. Subscribe as a member, join as a member, whatever the verbiage wherever you are. Because I go hard every day. And I'm answering all these questions instead of like recording the video, you know, that I'm going to chop up and edit a little bit. Like that's how much I care about, you know, making sure you guys get the help. And Big Mac Brad, Jared Goff or Fields. I'm going to go Jared Goff off the bye. What up, Wales Fury? Thanks for the follow. Lost Rice and Collins. Ooh, looking to trade 0-5. League mate has McLaurin, Shakir, A-Chain. I'm trying to give up Brian Robinson, Christian Watson, Likely or Freiermuth for 2 of his guys. What's the best trade package that he might accept? So what is so Wales Fury? Just help me along with this. What's your record? And I know you said that these are the guys that you're trying to give up, and I'm fine with that. What's your record in here? And like, you're obviously trying to get like McLaurin, right? Like out of all those, I feel like that's the guy that I'd be trying to get. Yeah, let me know your record. 4-1. Okay. Yeah, I would be trading like. You might have to give up 3 guys, like maybe 3 for the 2. Yeah, maybe Brian Robinson, Christian Watson, and Likely for like McLaurin. I don't know if you'd be able to get McLaurin and A-Chain like from him. I don't know if that would be possible or not, but you might have to put another player in the mix and give up 4 players and get McLaurin and A-Chain back. So you only gave 4 players here, but 2 of them are a tight end. I doubt they'd want 2 tight ends. I mean, maybe the right person would. But yeah, so that's how I'd be thinking about this. I'd be trying to give up those players that you mentioned, but I'd be trying to get McLaurin and A-Chain, and you probably got to throw in 1 more player and do a 4-for-2 trade, because then it makes it a little bit easier for someone who's not doing that good to be like, okay, I got to give up 2 of my better players, but I get 4 players that are going to start for me. That's how I feel you got to attack it. And Figure Report, what about Singletary for Ferguson? No. No. He said I'd be like owning the 2 worst pieces of Monopoly. Yeah, no. Fuck those purple motherfuckers. Like, no. Get rid of, what is it, Baltic and Mediterranean. Those guys are Baltic and Mediterranean Avenue right there. I don't want it. Ferguson's like a shiny ass utility piece, you know, like to the right person. You know, they might not like it, but then to one person specifically, it's like one of the most valuable pieces like on the board. So yeah, I feel like you're just setting your sights too low with Ferguson. Here's what you got to do. Instead of just thinking, should I trade Ferguson for this person? Scout your league. Go through every single team in your league. Go see who sucks and whose tight end is horrible. Like start there, and then you look at those players, and then based on their level of desperation, you might realize, hey, Ferguson is worth better than Singletary. And J1 said, Truth said, should have kept Daniels because he's the opposite. Damn, really wanted Hill and Kamara. Okay. Sorry, I couldn't save you from yourself back then. And Abraham said, should I drop Charbonnet for Dowdle if my trades don't go through by Friday? Surprised he's still available in my league. Like, who else is that? Is that the only person you can drop is Charbonnet? Because Charbonnet does have some independent flex value by himself, you know, even though he's the 1B to Walker, because he gets catches. Like, that's why. So it's like, I want to get Dowdle, but like, there's nobody else you can give up. Like, literally Charbonnet. Like, put your whole roster there. I'll tell you who your weakest guy is. And D Red Solo ranked these receivers rest of the season: Brian Thomas Jr., Worthy, Mooney, Higgins, Brian Thomas Jr., Mooney, Worthy. And Figure Report, better keeper, Brian Thomas Jr. or Bowers? Ooh. Probably Brian Thomas Jr., but I mean, you know, with the tight end landscape, like Bowers could be a better keeper, but I'm leaning on Brian Thomas. And Applecott, hey, Alex, thoughts on this trade? Swift and Mooney for ETN, Amari Cooper, and Madison. Not a fan of it. I feel like it's too even. And I feel like you win on one side and you lose on the other. Like you're either winning on running back and losing on wide receiver or the other way around. And I kind of don't like it. Say myself, Ferguson, what people price Pitts at. More, because like Ferguson's actually been doing good. Like that's the difference between him and Pitts. So I would even be thinking a little bit higher than Pitts, because Pitts has sucked. I mean, outside of this week, like Pitts has sucked. Like people have hated. I've seen Pitts dropped in leagues. Like there's people who they wouldn't trade for Pitts. Like they wouldn't let Pitts piss on them if they were on fire. You know, like that's how much they hate Pitts. Oh man. And the hood of Monopoly. You ain't lying. You ain't lying, Crispy. And at Marco, Baltic and Mediterranean are good streets when you got hotels on them. Hey, you know, you're also very true. Also very true. JJ, what up? Debating on accepting this trade offer, receiving Josh Jacobs for Tony Pollard. What do you guys think? I would do that. Yeah. I don't like doing running back for running back too often. And maybe the person wants to buy Pollard based on his matchup this week. But yeah, I would. I'd buy Josh Jacobs. And Jonathan, start one. Najee or Dobbins. I'll go Najee. Yep. Jacobs over Pollard. Yep. Abraham pretty much. Only 5 spot cap I have. Brian Thomas. Robinson Jr., Mason, Gibbs, Chase Brown, Charbonnet. Okay. In that case, I feel like I probably would. If people leave Dowdle out there, maybe they'll leave Charbonnet like out there as well. But yeah, I kind of like Dowdle's outlook more than Charbonnet for the rest of the season. So yeah, I think I would do it with that context. But see how you add the context, and then I can really, really think about it, about what it is and why. Chase said I'm hurting real bad at running back. I think I could sell any of these wide receivers for Bijan or Aaron Jones, Reed, Brian Thomas again. I guess I feel like I wouldn't want to, unless it's like Kirk, Shaheed, and Jacoby. I feel like I wouldn't want to. Like maybe you can sell Kirk. I don't know. Maybe you could sell any of those 3 for like just one of them. I don't know. Maybe you could sell those 3 for, yeah, like I feel like you'd have to throw in at least one others if you're doing it. So, yeah, I would, I don't know. I don't want to sell those pieces that you have. I mean, those first 4 pieces that you're talking about right there are nice. Like those are like really good pieces that like help your main guys. I said Fergie had 2 TDs so far this year. It'd be literally right. Oh man, yeah. Chris said Ayuk or Brian Thomas Jr. this week. I'm going Ayuk because of the matchup. DD Red Cell, Brian Thomas Jr. and Worthy for Tyreek. I kind of almost would, because I don't think too highly of Worthy at all. So I know you would have to weather the storm a little bit of Tyreek with no Tua, but I think I would. Jay, what's your opinion on Harrison? Rest of the season has been dropped out of the top 10 territory. Yeah, like Marvin Harrison, like, yeah, he's definitely dropped out of like the top 10 territory. Like, it's crazy that people really had him, like, you know, anywhere there. But he's a wide receiver too, man, with a lot of upside. Abraham said, yeah, I hear you. Perfect, bro. Perfect. And JJ, appreciate it, boss. Also, should I go? Who should I start between Pitts, Laporta, Kincaid? Leaning towards Pitts for the matchup. I mean, I'd be leaning towards Pitts kind of a little bit towards the matchup. I think I want to go Laporta off the bye, though. Crispy said, you mean low-class brothels. Tomato. What up, Jeff? Said, what up, Hustler? Pick 2, Dowdle, Jordan Mason, Ken Walker. Jordan Mason and Ken Walker. Sucks that you got both of them on Thursday, but DD is Brian Thomas Jr. for Devontae Adams too much in a 1-for-1. Or should I offer Brian Thomas for Tyreek? Shit. Might just offer Brian Thomas for Tyreek. Like, Brian Thomas Jr.'s look a lot better than Tyreek Hill over the last couple weeks. Chase, I feel you. I got Sun God on that team. I left him out. Went hero RB with A-Chain. It's killing me. Yeah, fuck, man. Yeah, A-Chain, man. Has not been too good to us so far. Not been too good to us so far. And Chris F. Singletary's out. Is Tracy worth a start over Brian Robinson Jr.? Potentially, yeah. I want to see that Singletary's out before I like start, getting my brain like thinking that way. I would say potentially for sure. But the thing with Brian Robinson, it's going to keep his floor high even in a game like this where it's not that good against running backs is the pass work. We know Jaden Daniels checks it down very well. And if he's forced to check it down more, could just mean more good things for Brian Robinson Jr. even in a bad matchup. All right, we got to keep going. Coming up on 4.5 hours here. I still got to edit this video and all this shit too. Here we go. Now we have come to a game with the Browns going up against the Eagles. I don't think there's too many people that are going to be excited about playing anybody on the Brown side of things. Watson, not starting. Jerome Ford, maybe. Like, you got to be pretty desperate, I feel like. He's like a dart throw, like flex guy to me this week. That's about as high as I think of him. Eagles have been pretty decent at slowing down the running backs. And Amari Cooper and Jerry Jeudy, I just don't want them. Not with the Eagles coming off the bye and Watson just sucking as much as he did. When is Jameis Winston going to come in and start? Like, come on, bring him in there and start. Is there some clause in Watson's contract that he can't be replaced by Jameis Winston or they owe him more money or something? So, yeah, don't do it. Njoku, he's the only one that I would start if he plays. It's ugly all around for tight ends. That's the only reason. But yeah, the Browns, screw the Browns. All right, let me do the Eagles side of things, and I'll read the chat again. I got to knock these out, though. I still got 6 more matchups. Let's say 6.5, because Eagles count as a half right now. Now the Eagles side of things. I'm recording this early on Wednesday, so you guys are going to need to make sure to come back throughout the week. Hurts, I'm starting him in a super flex, whether A.J. Brown or Devonta Smith play or not. In a single QB league, I really only want to start him if one of those guys comes back at least, and we should have more news on these guys very, very soon on if they're going to play. We will know by Friday, probably for sure, on both these guys if they're going to play. So just make sure you hit that subscribe and turn on the notifications so you guys can be here to get the specific information. And Saquon, he's an auto start every single week. Dallas Goedert, if A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith play, I'm not starting Dallas Goedert. If neither one of them play, I'm going to start him. And if one of them plays, then he's like kind of like a fringe start for me. But yeah, Dallas Goedert, wide range of outcomes. Any word on Shakir yet? Not yet. Not yet, Jeff. And Marco, if you start AR5, it's like go to jail, do not pass go. Do not collect $200. And Didi Red Solo, Najee, and Mooney for Devontae. I don't know. I'm kind of nervous about trading for Devontae right now, because we don't know where he's going to go. There's a lot of uncertainty. And Chris, the only reason I'm worried about Robinson is because Eckler's looking good recently. That doesn't matter. Like, I mean, the worst it's going to be is a 50-50 split with both of those guys. And we already saw that, and he still does well. And he can get in the end zone, like, any game. So that's why I'm not worried about Robinson. And what is this? I don't know how to say this. We'll just call you RY. RY, what up? Start ETN or Tank Bigsby? It's ETN, but damn it, it's probably both in certain situations. Tad Crispy said Singletary about to get fired on his day off.
That was stupid. How the hell you gonna get fired on your day off?
And Chase Watson's a bum.
He's a bum. He was a bum then, and he's a bum now.
Home today, taking the Browns to the Super Bowl. Is there a flash flood warning? All right, here we go. We made it all the way through the early Sunday matchups. Now we're making it to the second half of the game. And it starts off with the Chargers going to Denver to play those Broncos. The Broncos have been shutting everybody down. Herbert, single QB league, I'm sitting. Superflex, got to do what you got to do. J.K. Dobbins, Gus Edwards, I am not going to play either one of them versus the Broncos. Like maybe off of the bye, maybe J.K. Dobbins ends up randomly getting into the end zone, breaking off a couple big plays, but I really don't think he's going to get any type of like major workload that we're going to be mad that we sat on our bench. Josh Palmer, Quentin Johnston, Lad McConkey. It's all ugly. It's horrible over here right now. The guy who I'd start would probably be Quentin Johnston, because at least when he gets a big play, it goes like for some touchdown or something, but he's really the only one that I would play in a flex capacity. I'm not playing Palmer. I really don't want to play McConkey. I really don't. I want to wait and just... Chargers have just been bad, okay? We can all agree. Chargers have been bad. And no, we're not firing up Will Disley or Hayden Hurst or anything like that. All bad over there. This game is going to be very ugly because now we're talking about the Broncos like side of things. Ooh, I'm not excited. I'm really not. Bo Nix, unless you're really desperate, like you're not starting him. Javonte, I would consider starting him. It'd probably be the only guy because Cortland Sutton, Reynolds, any of them, like I don't want any of them. Cortland Sutton specifically going to be going up against Asante Samuel Jr., I'm sure, for most of this game. Really don't want it. Greg Dulcich, he was like a healthy scratch like last week. So like anybody who was even thinking about him in Dynasty, just get rid of him. Adam Troutman, I guess, is like the guy for Dynasty, but I don't want any parts of this Denver Broncos offense. Maybe Javonte Williams, but that is about it. And that's because running backs, we got a bunch on bye and we got a bunch injured. So got to do what we got to do. But yeah, screw the Broncos. All right, Steelers, Raiders. Try to knock some of these out real quick. Next matchup, we're talking about Steelers going to Las Vegas to play the Raiders. Justin Fields, I would start him versus the Raiders because they've been so bad. Just like Najee, I would start him against the Raiders because they've been so bad. George Pickens, I'd start him versus the Raiders because they've been so bad. Even Pat Freiermuth, I've probably only said maybe 5 tight ends to start, maybe 6 I've said to start by this point. So I feel like I would start him. There's gotta be a little bit of desperation if you're starting Freiermuth, but I feel like everybody's very desperate at the tight end spots. Here we go. On the Raiders side of things, everything is messed up right now. Gardner Minshew got pulled last game for Aiden O'Connell. So, yeah, I mean, he's still listed as the starter, but I don't want to start him. What if he gets pulled again? Like, Gardner Minshew has not been that good at all. Zamir White, who the hell knows? Like, dude, got hurt in practice last week, and then he just doesn't play. And then it's Alexander Madison. Yuck. It's gross. Don't want to play him. Not versus the Steelers either. Devontae Adams, they already said he was missing potentially 2 weeks. This was the second week that he was going to potentially miss. So I would just assume, even though he has a Q there right now, that will be to an O very soon. Jacoby, don't want to start him. Trey Tucker, I do not want to start him. Brock Bowers, that's the only person who I'd really start over here. And I really don't like the matchup versus the Steelers. But one of the ways that you can move the ball in the Steelers is by feeding the tight end over the middle. So if you have Brock Bowers, I'm not dropping him for any bum. I mean, if you have Brock Bowers, I'm not picking up some bum to start over him or anything, even in a toughish matchup. I'm just rolling with the kid, rolling with Brock. All right, let's see. And Friendly Lace drop Madison for a Goomba Wale. There's nobody better than that. I mean, I probably would, but I don't know. I feel like I also would just hold until Zamir White, like we hear more about him. Jonathan Superflex drop Watson for Dalton, or Drake May, or just play Christian Kirk in a Superflex spot. Christian Watson, I'd drop him because he's not gonna play. So I would drop him for, I mean, is that Andy Dalton this week? Like, yeah, I'd play Andy Dalton. Mini bot. Should I trade Nico for Tucker Kraft and Garrett Wilson? I mean, it's not a bad trade because you're getting Garrett Wilson in it. I probably would if your team can't withstand, him being gone for 4 weeks or so. I would do it. Will said Christian Watson back at practice today. Yeah, but like death, taxes, and Christian Watson getting hurt are kind of like 3 things we can always bank on, though. And Tomas asks what program you use for editing. Premiere? Yeah, Premiere Pro. I mean, I have a couple different pieces of software that I use, but yeah, Premiere is kind of like the main one. Now, the next game that we got on the slate here, we got an NFC divisional matchup between the Falcons and the Panthers. And the Falcons pretty much firing everybody up. I mean, you're firing up Kirk Cousins. You're firing up Bijan, even though he's been fluking us. Panthers are a good start against the running. Panthers are a good start for your running backs. Drake London and Darnell Mooney. I feel like you got to start both of these guys now. Like, I know that the Panthers do have tougher cornerbacks, but because teams are trying so hard to eliminate Bijan, it does make it to where they're just passing a lot over there. And they're passing so much that even Ray McLeod, like in like a dart throw flex type of capacity, I would start him. Depends on who your options are for sure. And Kyle Pitts, I think just after last week, and now going up against the Panthers, you don't defend the tight end well. I feel like I'm rolling him out there and not thinking twice about it. Now over to the Panthers side of things, and it is very ugly over on this side of things. We already know that. Andy Dalton, I probably will start against the Falcons, and super flex, like, of course, single QB, it kind of depends on who you have, but I'm leaning on just starting him in general. Chuba, I don't know about that. The Falcons, they've been pretty stingy against the running backs. Falcons giving up around the 5th least points to running back. So I'm leaning on the side of sitting Chuba, but it always depends on who you have. Just remember that. Deontay Johnson, I will fire him up. He is going to get the AJ Terrell treatment, but I think he can do enough. Xavier Legette, I guess we got to find out about the injury reports for the week and stuff. I mean, I'd like the possibility of Legette being a thing, but I'm definitely not starting him this week coming off an injury, and dude just stays hurt, man. It's sad. And then, no, we're not starting Tommy Tremble or anybody like that either from over here. All right, 3 more. I feel like I just need to knock this out right now. Lions going up against the Cowboys. Lions coming off a bye. Starting Jared Goff, starting David Montgomery. I'm starting Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm starting Amon-Ra. I'm starting Jamison Williams. And even in a bad matchup, I'm going to start Sam Laporta coming off the bye week. Let's go. Now, the Cowboys are not as clear cut of a starting to sit team as the Lions are. But Dak, I'm going to start him. CD, we're going to start him for sure. Jake Ferguson, almost leaning towards just like blindly starting him every single week because the tight end landscape is just so bad that he just always seems like he could finish as a top 3 tight end, Now, but to the question mark guys, like Rico Dowdle, I really don't want to play him versus the Lions. Like, it's going to be a tough matchup. Same thing with Zeke. So I'm leaning on sitting these guys. If you have any Rico start sit questions, like go ahead and throw it in the comments. I'll do my best to answer. Jalen Tolbert, I would start him in kind of like a dart throw, like flex. Same with kind of Turpin. Like, just these guys are like dart throw flexes, though. Like, if I'm going to play either one of those guys, it's going to be Tolbert. But we want to see more targets to like go around. But running backs are going to get a couple targets. Jake's going to get some targets. CD is going to get a shitload of targets. And then like whatever's left will go to Tolbert and then to Turpin, So might not be a lot in general. Sunday night football matchup between the Bengals and the Giants. I'm starting Joe Burrow. Zach Moss, I'm leaning on sitting Zach Moss and starting Chase Brown. Jamar Chase and Higgins, come on, man. We're playing both of these guys. They're almost locked and loaded starters every single week. So, yeah, fire them up. And then Eric All Jr., if you guys need a tight end, he's a guy that you could go pick up and potentially play. Not necessarily like the best matchup this week, but not the worst either. But just someone who's on the come up for sure. And when JCast say really enjoying your content, it helps work pass faster. Appreciate you, bro. I've been live for 4.5 hours so far. 4.5 hours. It's fucking insane, bro. Like I've worked half a shift for some people. Like out there, it's fucking insane. We got 1.5 more games to go. I'm gonna finish this, finish these last 3 teams, and then gonna be getting back into the chat. So just bear with me for a second, guys. Now to the Giants. Boo! Giants suck, man. But Danny Pesos in a super flex. Based on who you have, I'd potentially start him this week. I mean, the Bengals, they haven't been the best against defending anything over the last couple weeks. Singletary, we got to see more of his injury reports coming throughout this week. Let's say he plays. I don't want to play him. If he plays, Singletary that is, I don't want to start Tyrone Tracy. But if Singletary doesn't play, I would fire up Tracy. Malik Neighbors, if he plays, we're firing him up. Wan'Dale Robinson, I feel like we got to fire him up. If Malik Neighbors does not play, I'll fire up Darius Slayton, but that's about it. It's if Neighbors does not play. And then for the tight end, I told you in my tight end waiver wire video, if you saw it, if not, go watch all the waiver wire videos that I make. I make them weekly to help you guys dominate waivers. Theo Johnson was my super duper sneaky tight end pickup of the week. My super duper sneaky tight end pickup of the week. And I stand on that. Cincinnati hasn't been the best against defending the tight end. There's a lot of trash out there at the tight end. And Theo Johnson's kind of just been going up and up as he's been getting more acclimated to the NFL. So he's the type of guy who seems like he's going to be in for a really nice second half of the season breakout. All right. Last game. And we've made it all the way to Monday Night Football. Let's get it. Josh Allen. Tomorrow is when we get the first practice injury reports for the Monday teams. And I'm a little bit nervous about Josh Allen. I bet you he's questionable after this first practice. We're going to have to monitor him all week. and we have to be paying attention because I don't think he's a guaranteed start this week. There might be something really wrong with him. They said he might have had a concussion, ankle. I'm hearing all these different things. So we got to wait and see what happens with the first day injury report, which will be tomorrow. James Cook. Man, this sucks. I'm leaning on depends on your options. It's just a really tough matchup versus the Jets. So I'm really leaning on like sitting him, but it all depends on your matchups. Khalil Shakir, it's Wednesday. It's early. We still have no news about him, but I feel like I would start him because I don't think that he would be the guy who Sauce would be covering. I feel like Sauce would be covering Keon Coleman, who I definitely don't want to start in this game. And then Dalton Kincaid. I really don't want to start him versus the Jets. It's just a really bad matchup, and he's been so fluky and hit or miss that I just don't want to even bank on it. Final team here. Those goddamn Jets. Aaron Rodgers with the Q next to his name. Another guy that we're going to need to monitor all week, all freaking week. Breece Hall. You got to play him. Bills have been horrible against the run. Garrett Wilson. I mean, we saw last week. It matters that it's a bad matchup for sure. Like Bills are a horrible matchup, but Garrett Wilson, we got to play him. Like Allen Lazard in a matchup like this where it's going to be kind of Garrett Wilson getting slowed down a little bit. Got to play Allen Lazard. Tyler Conklin, great matchup versus the Bills. You got to play him as well. All this is predicated on Aaron Rodgers actually being the starting QB for the week as well. All right, we made it. Whoo! Made it all the way through until the end. If you were here live, this was like a 4.5 hour, almost 5 hour live stream. So many questions, hundreds of questions being answered. Lots of bowls being smoked if you're a 420 person. Lots of great advice. Make sure you guys are here, and you do that by hitting subscribe. You hit the like button, and we'll see you guys for every video that is coming out. Go check out the waiver wire videos. That's what's popping up right now. So do me and yourself a favor. Click one of those videos. Go ahead, do that right now. All right, we made it. Woo! Made it all the way to the end. Oh, no. Did the audio start messing up at the end? I hope not. I really hope not. And all right. Here we go. Where did I leave off? I'm going to get a couple more questions in before I get out of here. Let me see. Did I answer this one? Minibot, should I trade Nico for Tucker Kraft and Garrett Wilson? Oh, yeah, I did answer that one. CB Diz will start Mike. I'd probably play both of them. Flash said your mic is sausage and gravy, dude. It's rough. Let me see. Yeah, I got to replace these cables. Carlos Beltran. What up, dude? Former MLB star Carlos Beltran gracing us with his presence. Should I trade Monty and Swift for Derrick Henry? I would. Yeah. You're getting Derrick Henry, right? Crispy said O'Connell starting. Did they give did we get that info? Oh shit. Of course it comes in fucking like 5 minutes after I just finished that segment. Still don't want to start him. Abraham, backup QB question. Should I drop Andy Dalton for Sam Darnold? I would rather have Darnold for the season than Andy Dalton. Like, assuming you don't need to start Andy Dalton this week, right? He was just dropped available on waiver tomorrow. Oh, yeah, he got dropped because someone probably needed that spot to like pick up a QB to play. CB Dizzle, Chuba, Javante. I think Javante this week. Not excited about either. And the Ander, what up, bro? Said, how worried are you, Kamara, without Carr? Very worried. Trade Kamara, Godwin, Purdy, Tucker Craft. Oh. I mean, I don't know if I'm worried enough to like go start making trades, but like what would the context be behind, like why would you want to trade Kamara necessarily? Like you're going to try to trade for another humans I remember watching a while ago. 5 hours, guys, 5 hours. And more, I said Mixon just because he's not practice. He didn't practice or anything today. Did you do Evans for Metcalf? This for Chewy on Twitch. I don't think so. I just a lot of times I don't like doing the wide receiver for wide receiver if it's similarly valued. Probably makes no difference. Yeah, I know. Fuck, and you guys said it like right, but I didn't see the. But I did. And Marco said Dotson, Tolbert, Dubs, McLeod at 3. Tolbert or Dubs. And JCast Singletary doesn't play. I'm considering starting Tracy over. Yeah, I mean, definitely worth it. Derek says Mike's toast, Hustler. It sounds that bad. It's not the mic, it's the cord. All right, let me know if that changed. Yeah, I gotta replace the cords. Hopefully that fixed it. If not, it's about time to get up out of here anyways, because I've been live for 5 fucking hours. Rico or Goddard? Goddard. Let me know. Does this sound any better? Biasness aside, Keenan Allen or Leggett? Keenan Allen. No. It's still really bad. Let me see. Because we said Mike's not working. Yeah. There. 5 hours in the books. Appreciate you guys. Hopefully, and yeah, we'll be back. But peace out, everybody.
Defense on me.
I don't want them to gain another yard.
You blitz all night. If they cross the line of scrimmage, I'm going to take every last one of